That's lion.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Good morning, my wonderful friends. Welcome to Sewing Street. It is Wednesday. I'm Stuart Hillard, and here is our early bird. It's time to get organised. It's that time of year. I was doing spring cleaning the other day. In autumn, fat quarter storage bag. This is such a great way to get your stash organised. It is a beautiful and very spacious bag, if I can find my way in. There we go. Packs flat. That's such a boon, because actually you might be using this for occasional storage. You've got 2 dividers with Velcro, very easily put together. Sometimes I have no dividers, and then I can use it to store a whole quilt, batting, stash, things like dressmaking stash. You can put 1 divider in and have fat quarters here, ½ meters. It could be shoes. It could be Christmas ornaments, things like that. But when you've got all of those in place, you've got so much room then for your fat quarter storage. I mean, can you imagine just how many fat quarters you could get in here? You've also got 2 pockets, one at either end, potentially for things like threads or instructions. This could be your workshop bag. Charm squares, 5-inch charm packs, 2.5-inch charm squares. You've got a double zip. You've got a clear window so you can see what's inside. There's your handle, really sturdily made. Now, normal price, $13.99. It's our early bird, so we're going to drop the price, but I'm just going to let you know, we've got less than 100 left. There you go, there's your price, $11.99 for fat quarter storage. Loads of you multi-buying on this. The deputy bought a couple of these. Next thing you knew, she'd bought 10 and completely revamped her sewing room. Sandra's got in touch. These bags are fabulous. I have 6 of them, all full up. They store so much fabric, I can highly recommend them. I mean, 6 of these full of fat quarters is a fair old stash, Sandra. Can I come round for a cup of tea and a little look? It's always interesting to see someone else's stash, isn't it? Joan's got 10 of them, all full, plenty more room for more. Morning to Ian. He says, morning Stuart and Gallery Gang. Morning to you. It is Wonderful Wednesday. He says, we've got you presenting, lots of liberty. Susie is the guest, and it's finally raining. I know the gardens need it. Does that mean a soggy doggy this morning? I think it probably does. Yes, you'll need that towel and the air freshener. Wet dogs. They've got a very distinct smell, haven't they? Very distinct. Now remember, you can take these dividers out. This could be for shoes, boots, winter clothes, Christmas decks. You could get a whole folded quilt in there. If you're giving a quilt as a gift, why not give it in a bag? Now, there are over 30 of you with it in your basket. I have got less than 60 of these bags left now. Pretty much everyone that's checked out their basket has multi-bought on these. So if you're all buying 2, we don't have enough stock. So I'm just going to urge you to check out your baskets nice and quickly for the early bird today. It won't hang around for very much longer. You can pack them flat when they're not in use, but I think, to be fair, you will find so many different ways to use these. If you're a knitter or a crocheter, your yarn stash in here. If you've got lots of thread, embroidery threads, again, you want to keep things like that out of the light, out of dust, out of an environment that might be greasy, for example, as well. So storing in the kitchen, if you make soft toys, this could be full of wadding or stuffing. Morning to Yvette. She says, morning trouble. And who's been talking about me? Have a great day. I know I will. Pam says, morning gorgeous. Well, I was going to read that one out, Pam. Thank you. Good morning, lovely Stuart. Thank you, Rebecca. Watching and listening whilst working. I'm sure you'll be able to tempt me with something lovely. Gosh. Well, Rebecca, I've already tempted the gallery with double chocolate chip cookies. Where have you had to put them out of the way? Let's say morning to Hannah. Hey. And to Daniel. Put the biscuits down, Daniel. And oh, Hannah. Hannah number 2 is in the studio. Here she is. Come on. Hello. Oh, you ran. That's quite enough of that. Off you pop. Right. Now, final stock warning. I've got less than 30 of the fat quarter storage bags left. I think they reckon that about 50 fat quarters will go in here. I think it's a lot more than that. Tina says, good morning, Stuart. Morning, my love. You are brightening my day. Could you wish Stephen a happy birthday for yesterday? Oh, of course I can. Stephen, very, very happy birthday for yesterday. In fact, Charlie and I have recently decided that we should have birthday months from now on. I think that's because Charlie just celebrated his birthday last week and he's decided he needs a month. Lots of love to you both. Right, keep going through for that. Let's talk through the menu for today. It's a good one. We're starting off this hour with We Love Liberty Fabrics, and indeed we do. I've got some wonderful stash builders in the first hour today. At 9 o'clock, we have got Curves Made Easy Liberty Quilts with Susie Duncan. 2 fabulous quilts, actually. We've got the amazing double wedding ring, bucket list quilt if ever I saw one. We've also got the circular Dresden Summer Spectacular. That is really giving me kind of vintage, scrappy vibes. I think it's beautiful. Beach balls, I'm seeing that. I'm seeing that. Or the tops of umbrellas, or even the top of a hat. Gorgeous, absolutely beautiful. That's at 9 o'clock. At 10 o'clock, we've got sewing room tools. I'm going to be giving you actually a little sneak peek there of a couple of tools I've got coming up. That's at 10. At 11 o'clock, oh, this is adorable. We've got the Santa suit quilt with Susie Duncan. Now, this is a very, very special kit. The price is amazing. You get fabrics, you get flannel, you get a label, you get everything to make the quilt apart from thread, but you also get, look, this beautiful children's book, The Santa Suit Quilt, which is such a beautiful book. And these are actually the characters on the fabric itself. It is beautifully produced. It is so lovely. The price for the quilt is well under £100, and I mean well under £100. With the book, everything you need. You don't need to buy wadding, you don't need to buy backing. Everything you need is included. You just add thread. That's coming up at 11. And then at 12 o'clock, one of my favourite things that we ever have on Sewing Street, we've got Brother sewing machines. Our two absolute favourites, my absolute two favourites, the Brother FS250. I've got the side cutter foot in the hour as well. If you haven't got a side cutter foot, I'm going to show you how essential it is. I've also got the NV1150. So if you've got a budget of around about £500 for an amazing sewing machine, I'm going to leave you with £100 in your pocket to spend on something else, because the Brother FS250 is £399 and it's got everything you need. If your budget is £1,000, I'm going to give you £1,400 worth of machine and accessories in the NV1150. Lots of demos. If you've got any questions, do get them in before the 12 o'clock hour. But anyway, let's dive in. Let's get started with We Love Liberty. Now, we're starting off with some neutrals. Cream on cream. Is it these ones here? Yeah, absolutely. Gorgeous. Perfect. Right. So we're starting off with some nice neutrals. We're going to start off with York Fern. Very, very limited. I'm going to open it right up so that yes, got it. It's a very, very subtle pattern. Let me just, I'm just gonna that would be good actually. Let's do the still. That's much better. That's much better. It's very soft. When it's on the table, you can barely see it. But actually, can you see now? I've put the fabric underneath. You can see it much more clearly there. That's that York Fern. I've literally got 2 meters of this one. It's 849.5 metre. If you don't like plains or you don't like the gel prints, they can sometimes feel a little bit hard. This is a lovely print, a sort of a tan on cream print. So you've got that really pretty, very subtle texture there. We've got way more in baskets than available. I'm going to let you check out on that. We do only have 2 meters left. Right, next one. These are all Liberty, of course. Gorgeous. Now, that's got that wonderful, almost like a tea or a tan coloured little mini blossom. This is called Madzi Blossom. Great to mix in with your other fabrics. Won't be a second. So really, really useful to mix this with things like your scraps, your charm packs, your jelly rolls, your layer cakes. Because often you need that neutral to blend, to mix, to space out your scraps or your jelly roll strips. This, of course, is beautiful, beautiful Liberty fabric. Distinctly Liberty, very elegant. This is Liberty Silhouette, and it's just got that gorgeous, subtle, soft print there. Absolutely lovely. Now, I do have 15 meters of this left, which for a shop would probably last them a year. Here on Sewing Street, that probably lasts us about an hour. While I wait for my little technical issue to be sorted, I'll read a few more messages. Claire has got in touch to say, good morning, Stuart and all. Good morning, my lovely. How are you? Helen says, good morning, Stuart and team. Good morning to you, Helen, as well. Kat says, morning, Stuart. It's lovely to see you. Upon my telly this morning. Have a great day. Thank you, you too. Carol's got in touch. Carol, my woman. She says, Stuart, my man, what a lovely surprise to see you this morning. I hadn't realised you were on. That's all right, Carol. I remembered, thank you. I remembered to put my alarm on this morning. Very, very early. Very early. Right. Let's see if we're back in business. Talk to me. Hello? Hello? Oh, sorry, I've unplugged it. There we go. Let's try again. Hello, everyone. Right, sorry about that. We're back in business. Sorry, everyone. There we go. There we go. Right, yes. Okay, so we're back in business. Madsy Blossom. Very lovely. Gorgeous. Right, the last one of these sort of cream on cream is gorgeous. This is beautiful. Garden Walk. Again, it's that lovely soft silhouette. This, I mean, you don't just have to use this with Liberty fabric, of course. You could mix this with any of your scraps. And it really, you know, if you've got lots of different fabrics that you need to sort of calm down, then using one neutral for the background is such an easy way to just make everything calmer and more beautiful and kind of show off the beauty rather than it clashing and competing with each other. So, you know, it's definitely worth getting a beautiful neutral. Now, I would buy probably 2 to 3 meters of this for in the stash, 2 to 3 meters combined with an equivalent amount of scraps would make a double bed quilt at the very least. Now, your only purchase there is your cream on cream. Everything else you've got. Now, I've got a couple of fat quarter packs from Everlasting. What I want to show you, I'm gonna pop this out here for a second. I just want to show you how, this is our last of stock, by the way, of Liberty Everlasting. Now, it could be that you're doing just something simple like 9 patches using these, or it could be half square triangles. You see the way that the fabric kind of pops against that gorgeous cream on cream. So you've got those, that's one set. This is the fat quarter bundle, 22.48. You get those gorgeous 5 blues and greens. If you want to get the cream on cream, that's available by the half metre, £8.49 a half metre, it's your side graphic. But you know, whatever colour you pick, it kind of just contrasts. You've got that lovely pop, that lovely definition. But it's also a bit of calmness. You can have lots and lots going on with your main fabrics, your scrap fabrics, but you want something to calm everything down. £4.49 a fat quarter in the pack, £22.48. They're all very limited. This is our last of stock of Everlasting. I think probably the most beautiful range from Liberty for a very long time. Iconic florals, absolutely iconic. So that's one of our fat quarter bundles. Now, I've only got 20 of these packs left. That is literally all I've got left. And these are the last that we're going to be able to make. Down to low teens now on that. Morning, Anne. She says, morning, Stuart. Lovely to see you. Thank you, my love. Lovely to have you with us. I haven't watched in a while because I've just moved house to Anglesey. Wow. How's it going? How's it going? I hope that you're having a good time. Now I'm going to grab the other fat quarter bundle. This is my other one. Oh, I really like the pop of bright pink there. Yum. Yum, yum, yum. Pretty, soft, feminine. It's very gentle. It's all kind of lovely garden colours, isn't it? Really kind of whimsical. This is lovely. And I love those little pops of pink in there as well. Oh, now then, what about doing machine stitch cathedral window? Use this as your lovely frames. These as your feature fabrics. Now, actually, 5 fat quarters plus, I would say, about 1.5 meters of your background fabric would make a fairly decent sized wall hanging, actually. And if you need a pattern, there is a machine stitch cathedral window quilt pattern in Use Scraps, Sew Blocks, Make 100 Quilts by Stuart Hillard. 1 of 100 patterns. Beautiful. Those are really gorgeous. And against that cream background, lovely and fresh, isn't it? Really pretty. Ivory. Lots and lots of you coming in for this bundle. If you want to go for both, of course, I just want to show you the second. I showed you this one first. These, of course, go absolutely fantastically with. So there's your 10 fat quarters together. We'll give you these 5 in the side graphic. These are the blues and greens. There they are. So it's this one here, and this one, and this one. Those are your 5. But I just wanted to show you if you wanted to get all 10. And then I would probably go for about 3 meters of this background and make yourself a gorgeous, like, lap quilt, probably 60-inch square lap quilt, cathedral window. If you've got any other little scraps of Liberty or Tilda or just gorgeous ditzy florals, mix and match them. They play very, very well together. How yummy. I have barely got teens left now of that fat quarter bundle. If you want, in fact, both of them, very, very popular. But this is my top tip. In fairness, it's that cream on cream, because with this, you can make everything beautifully kind of fresh and zingy, light, soft. But it also really, really helps to make sort of order out of chaos. You can throw anything together in a quilt if you've got a lovely neutral just to calm everything down. I just want to mention as well, the other one that I showed you, the Madsy Blossom, this one here, over half the stock's gone. This is proving very, very popular. I've got about 10 meters of this one left as well, so it's very, very close to selling out. Now then, we have got some Liberty by the half metre. Particularly if you want to do a border around your quilt, if you want to get something, say you want to do like a scrap quilt and you want something to focus it, I would get 1 metre to 1.5 meters of one of these fabrics. That gives you your focus. Then you can pull your scraps and your neutrals and fill it out. But if you start with the border, that will pull everything together. Let's start. Now, we don't have enough of this collection left now to do mega bundles. This ends 4-1. I think this is just the most stunning fabric. I think it would be great for dressmaking, but as a focus for a quilt, gorgeous. I love Irish chain quilts, and the traditional Irish chain quilts are made either blue and white, red and white, green and white, yellow and white. Tend to be a 2-colour quilt. It would be wonderful to do a scrappy version of a double Irish chain using the reds, the greys, the golden yellows, a little bit of this salmon pink in your chain. Maybe use the grey as your background, where normally it would be a white. You could use a white or a cream, but you could even pick out this grey and have that as your background colour. Either a grey solid, something like school grey, or elephant grey if you want to go darker, or you could potentially use, in fact, we'll just mention that while we're at it. This is gorgeous, £8.99 a half metre. It's cut to order. So as I say, if you're buying this speculatively as a border fabric, I would go 1.5 metres. That will give you enough to put a border on a queen size quilt. Once this is gone, that's it. This would also be amazing for bag making. Right, I'll keep this to one side. I'm just going to show you this gorgeous... so this is WFYV41. I think that would work so beautifully together, wouldn't it? I mean, it's a special neutral for sure, or it could be your feature fabric. And lots of painting to do in the house, and watching Sewing Street, of course. Have this on in the background while you paint. It's a good plan. It's a good plan. You could do patchwork. Actually, Kay Fassett, many, many years ago, in his house, did tumbling blocks using wallpaper, light, medium and dark floral wallpaper, cut out diamonds and actually did patchwork walls. Long before he ever did a quilt. Long before. Very cool. Very cool. Right, I just wanted to mention that because I just think it goes so well with that fabric. Right, on to the next then. I'm going to pick some of the more vibrant ones first of all because this ends 7/6. Because we are going into autumn and these lovely warm colours are giving me all those autumny vibes. You've got that wonderful kind of pumpkin orange there and deep chestnut. You've got that gorgeous, warm, rich gold. You've also got a little bit of soft pink and white in there as well. I think this would be fabulous for dressmaking. Really fabulous for dressmaking. I'm thinking maybe a shirt, a blouse, a skirt would be lovely. I think to line the bib of dungarees, pocket tops as well on dungarees would be yummy. It would be great for children's wear, of course. But also, again, in your quilt making, wonderful as a border, sashings, blocks. And again, this could be your focal point for your scrap quilt. Pick out all your greens, all your oranges, all your golds, mix in some white or some cream as well. And there's your palette, done and dusted. But you need that focus. Cute. Right. Next up, I'm going to stick with that autumny vibe, those autumn colours. This ends 54. Because I just love a stripe. I love a stripe for a binding. A striped binding is always gives you so much value. I'm just going to quickly show you this cushion here. And you can see here where I've done a striped piping around the cushion. Well, striped like a bound edge, yeah? So rather than a piping, I've just done a bound edge like a quilt. This... again, would give you a wonderful, if I just bring that over, that would give you a gorgeous kind of bound edge. Really lovely. I've only got 2.5 meters of this left and there's more in baskets than I have. So if you want that, don't hang about. Just to mention, by the way, I'm teasing a little. I've used the skinny pineapple trim tool from Creative Grids to make this, and I have finally got that back in stock for tomorrow. So please make sure you tune in if you want to get. It's such a brilliant ruler, so easy. I love it. I'm going to do the other stripe, actually. I was going to do that. Yeah. Same pattern, but this is the purples and the blues. Isn't that gorgeous? Absolutely yummy. Really yummy. Also, striped fabrics is so cool for bag making because you instantly get kind of stylish gusset, base, pocket tops, a flap, shoulder straps, anything like that. You can really use the fabric. Hi, I'm sorry to argue with my favourite... Just a minute. I'm coming round. Right, what's it? Hi, I'm sorry to argue with my favourite presenter, but we are not going into autumn. I refuse to do it. I'm clinging on to summer. Love, Sue. I love you, Sue. I love you, Sue. I'm going to let you have that one. I'm just going to say I am ready for a bit of autumn crafting now. I've been wanting to do something cosy for a while. We have got the wood burner all laid up. We've got the logs in place. I've started lighting my scented candles of an evening. I'm sorry, Sue. I know you don't want to hear it. And it was lovely to have a bit of rain. Right, this one next. This is so whimsical. This ends 9-2. This is so whimsical. Gorgeous. The little strawberries. Fabulous for dressmaking. Absolutely fabulous. I think if you could line a denim bag with this, dreamy. Patchwork and quilting, of course. Lots of gorgeous detail in there. Right, next up, something summery. This is for you, Sue. Ending 6-8. Gorgeously summery. It's really classic Liberty. Very, very classically Liberty. I don't think anybody could miss that was a Liberty fabric. It's also upside down, that's better. Gorgeous. I've got some other coordinates hanging about. Oh, look at that. Just a little detail. It could be covered buttons, piping, something like that, just subtle in dressmaking. That would be so gorgeous. Lots and lots of you going to put that in your baskets. Third of the stock gone already. I've only just shown it. Beautiful, isn't it? I'm gonna grab the bundle. Yeah, it's the jewels. I'm gonna grab this. This is a bundle. Jewel tones. And a little crash. This is Emily Bell. You've got that fabulous magenta there. These colours, absolutely gorgeous, aren't they? £4.50. No, you've taken a £5 off. Oh, Hannah, never mind. You were supposed to save £4.50, but you're saving £5. Easy maths. There we go. £5 off. Yum. Now again, Sue, you won't want to hear this, but I have got a gorgeous autumn maple leaf quilt coming up at the end of the month. I'm doing a new We Love Quilting, Volume 5, maple leaf quilt. Julie's jumped to my rescue. She says, Stuart, I'm with you. I hate the summer. Oh, no, I love the summer, but love autumn, cosy season rules. Love Julie. Okay, my darling. Well, I love summer. I love all the seasons, but we've had such a good summer, haven't we? It's been amazing. And I wouldn't say no to a few more weeks, but I'm getting there. I'm ready for a few crunchy leaves underfoot and a little bit of, spiced, warm mulled cider of an evening, light the fire, get a bit cosy. I'm kind of ready ready for that. I'm ready for casserole with mashed potatoes. Pretty. I'm just going to say, this will be really good for my maple leaf quilt because you've got those autumn leaf colours there. Even the pink. You're saving 50p more than you should have done. Thanks for that, Hannah. 50p is 50p. Although I discovered yesterday that 50p was not enough to buy me a tiny box of Tic Tacs. You know the little tiny Tic Tacs? I thought, oh, yeah, I got a 50p out of my wallet to pay for them. 95p. 95p. Couldn't believe it. Couldn't believe it. First class stamp, about £1. £1.80 for a first class stamp. I remember when they were 14 pence. Oh, Queen Victoria was on the throne. Honestly, it's crazy. I remember when penny chews were a halfpenny. Oh, yes. Right, back to Everlasting. You know the one with the strawberries? I've got the other colourway. I just think this is gorgeous. It's little... You're very pedantic today, Hannah. There are little mushrooms and little strawberries and flowers. Very cute. Very cute. Oh, now then, is Facebook working? Messages are coming through, I think, but I've also got a sort of freeze frame of John. Nothing wrong with having a freeze frame of John. He looks gorgeous in a turquoise shirt, but it just wasn't what I was expecting. Hannah, make John go away. I'm joking. I'm joking. That's cute. Oh, gosh, 6 metres of that left, that's all. Only 6 metres. Right, next one. Need to speed up a bit. We've got lots to go. Ending in 8-3. Pretty, summery, joyful.
There you go.
Thank you. Oh, that's better. That's better. A moving picture of me now. That's much better. Oh, yes. There we go. Yeah, not much of this left. Arlie Rose. That's gorgeous, isn't it? I do think, I mean, they lend themselves very, very well to gorgeous dressmaking, don't they? Really pretty things, little frills and smocking, little lace inserts, covered buttons or pearl buttons. Sally Ann Harrison, of course, loves Liberty and has done many gorgeous patterns using Liberty. This one ends 1/7. So if you need a pattern to go with, check out some of Sally Ann's patterns. That's lush. We were in London last week for Charlie's birthday. We didn't make it to Liberty. We didn't do any shopping at all. But we did get lots of inspiration. I got lots of inspiration from the V&A, actually. And we went back to the hotel and I designed a new kaleidoscope panel from my visit to the V&A. Beautiful, beautiful Chinese porcelain. Oh my goodness, wow, beautiful. Right, that's that one. Something really ditzy and small now. Look at these two lovelies. We'll do that one first. That ends 90. Again, you've got that little pop of vibrant pink, purple there as well. A nice, gorgeous golden yellow. It's all 100% cotton as well, printed in Italy. Lazenby cotton. And this is the other colourway, like a sort of summer meadow, isn't it? It's called Posy Haze. I love that little bit of magenta in there. Oh, this is called orange. I suppose because the flowers are a little bit orange, aren't they? It's giving me kind of Paul Smith shirt vibes. I could imagine, you know, if I just kind of, do you know what I mean? It would be quite a, yeah. Oh, a whole shirt. Or if you did something like a white shirt and then did the inside of the cuffs, the inside of the collar stand in this, that would be nice. Okay, next up. It's a gorgeous sort of chambray denim blue, isn't it? Lovely and soft. Very limited though, very, very limited. Half a metre, in fact. Ending 30. Very limited again, 4 metres left. Ricardo. I don't know what accent that was supposed to be. Sorry, everyone. I'm sorry to the whole of Europe. I was aiming for somewhere vaguely, you know, Mediterranean. Ricardo. No, it gets worse. Every time I try to roll my R's. Ending 4-2. Oh, that's gorgeous. That's lovely. Last one. This is all our last of stock of Everlasting, by the way. It's not Everlasting for us, I'm afraid. It's very, very close to all selling out. £8.99.5 metre. Mamie. Mummy? Mummy? Ah, Mummy. Mummy. Mamie. I don't know. Gorgeous. I had some fat quarters. Do I still have them? Just about. Let's start with the pinks and the really pretty teal and pink. Teal and pink. You get 5 fat quarters. If you've never bought fat quarters before, I will open one out to show you. It's half of a half metre. So that's your piece of fabric. It's approximately 18 inches by 22. That's a quarter yard, a fat quarter yard. Fat quarter metres are 20 by 22. What a lovely start to the day. My favourites, Stuart and Liberty. Thank you. Oh, Pamela, that's nice. It's nice to be in hallowed company. Liberty. Very classy Liberty, isn't it? It's so, I mean, iconic. And I think, would you say this is like a bindweed or a morning glory, that kind of flower? A morning glory, isn't it? Charlie and I were walking along the Hull estuary. It was all growing on the grass, which I've only ever seen it kind of growing up things, but this was growing along the grass. Absolutely stunning. Gorgeous, right. More in baskets than I have available. I say this many times, I'm so glad that you at home cannot hear what I sometimes have to listen to in my ear, honestly. This is the blues and the greens. Do you know, I don't think I've ever been so happy to see Susie Duncan walk through into the studio. Susie, you can bring a little class and a little sanity to this morning, please. Please. Susie's coming up after the break, by the way. And it hasn't come a moment too soon. There we go. Gorgeous. My top tip would be machine stitched cathedral window. Use your fat quarters. Beautiful, absolutely beautiful. Right, before we go to, oh no, still got plenty of time. I wanted to mention this lovely bundle. This is using the fern. I just love the palette. I think that palette is yummy. People often associate me with very bright colours, but actually I'm really there for these chalky colours. Very soft, but gorgeous, aren't they? New Englandy, yeah, coastal, and you're going to make a saving. Wow. York fern, $48.94. That's great. I'm just going to show you here. Look, I'm just... So there, instantly, I've got a coastal look. Icicles, yeah, or moorland. I mean, you pop in a little bit of green, and again, you've got that lovely soft, but this dusky rose pink, I think, is absolutely yummy. That is a stunning palette, isn't it? Absolutely stunning. And this is a time when I think, you know, your tone on tones, rather than being supporting players, are actually your ensemble cast. They can all take centre stage in a quilt, and these can be your feature fabrics. Great also for things like applique, when you want to create things, flowers, or, you know, it could be a boat, it could be a seagull that you want to applique on a coastal quilt, something like that. It's good to have those fabrics in your stash. Also, always good to have these more softer, calmer fabrics. Again, if you put these with something that's more vibrant, it just adds a bit of distinction. For example, I'm just going to take these out for a second. Keep that dusky pink. Now, this fabric is really quite vibrant, but that dusky pink is very much there, right in the centre. Can you see? Right in the centre of that flower, you've got that little bit of soft pink. And I think that that would be a gorgeous combination. Do you see? You've got that lovely soft pink. I think this bundle is in danger of selling out. Are you going coastal? New England? So, remind me of, you know, Annie Sloan chalk paints. That gorgeous, very, you know, look expensive, don't they? Looks, because it's kind of soft and subtle. $48.94. You're making a good saving there. 3 meters of fabric. Lots and lots of you with that in your basket. Don't miss out. I've also got Emily Bell neutrals. We've called them neutrals, but it might be truer to call these low volume fabrics. So rather than being sort of loud and shouty, they are soft, they are low volume. But what gorgeous colours. What absolutely gorgeous colours. You've got those soft pinks, you've got that warm caramel there. That, beautiful, absolutely beautiful. What a gorgeous colour. Lilac, you've got this really lovely soft green. Now that is gorgeous, isn't it? I'm just going to bring the York fern back in, and I'm just, so there's the bundle, 63.42, but I just want to show you how, if you wanted to mix some other fabrics in, these York fern fabrics would go so beautifully. Don't they? Really, really lovely. I'm going to pop this in here as well, but in fact, I'm going to keep these two out just for now because those are really stunning, aren't they? These I'd use 100 times over. I didn't need to say that. You all know what I'm like with blue fabrics. But I just wanted to show you how you could, even though these blues are quite different, don't ever be afraid to mix and match like that. This is going to give you a much more interesting look to a quilt than things that match perfectly. They kind of wash over you. If everything's too perfectly matched, it just kind of washes over you. There's nothing offensive about it, but equally there's nothing very exciting either. Jane's messaged in, "Hi Stuart, I'm just beginning my sewing and quilting journey. Wonderful time. These fabrics are delicious. I'm learning so much from watching you." Ah, thank you, Jane. That's very kind of you. The thing you've got, which I've lost and had to relearn, is that sort of not knowing the rules. Try not to learn the rules too quickly, because if you just trust your heart and go with what feels right, that will take you a very long way. But thank you for your lovely message. There we go. Absolutely stunning. Absolutely stunning. I would mix this with maybe a white on white or just a solid white. You could make something really pretty. Again, I'm all about machine stitch cathedral window. These would look stunning. Actually, Hannah, I'm just wondering if we've got my book on the shelves, Make 100 Quilts. Use scrap sew blocks, make 100 quilts. Because I'd love to show you very quickly that pattern. I'm going to keep that in vision. I just wanted to show you this that Hannah's brought. Don't see these nearly often enough. This is Wiltshire Shadow in gold metallic and silver metallic, and it's a little bundle, just 2.5 meters. But I think Sue's going to hate me for saying this, with Christmas just around the corner, with Christmas just around the corner, $15.98 for 2.5 meters, and you've got your gold metallic print, and you've got your silver. Oh, it's all right. No worries, no worries. I think that's a cracking deal. $15.98 to get 1/2 meter of each. I've only ever bought Christmas decorations in Liberty. 2 of them, nearly 50 quid. I've never ever bought fabric from the Liberty store. It's so much more economical to buy it from us here on Sewing Street. It's lovely looking at the fabric in Liberty, and if you go to London, you must go to the store. It's a treat. But I remember seeing once a placemat, and I think it was £45 for a placemat. And it was literally like 2 fat quarters, a little bit of a scalloped edge, and it had just been sewn around and bagged out. So it was one fabric on one side, one on the £45. And I just, but you could imagine the Christmas table mat, placemats, weddings. Oh, weddings. Yes. A gold anniversary, a silver wedding anniversary. Just to have them in your stash. Gorgeous. I just want to quickly mention the York Fern bundle. That's those gorgeous chalky colours. It's close to selling out. 4 left. 4 left. You get 6.5 meters, and they are just the most beautiful, soft, chalky colours. That blue is delish, isn't it? Really is. Delish. Do we have any of these by the 1/2 meter, Hannah? Do we have this blue? This, oh, great. So you can get this by the 1/2 meter. Do you know, single Irish chain, that, and if you want high contrast, solid white, and just make 9 patches with this, so 5 squares, I mean strip piece it and chop them up, but you 5 through the centre in blue, and then you 4 in white, maybe 2.5-inch strips to make a 6-inch finished block, yeah? And then from plain white, 6.5-inch plain squares. Sew them together and alternate. You'll get this wonderful single Irish chain, just 2 fabrics. That it looks so beautiful. It's an absolute classic. For a single bed, I would say 2.5 meters of that and 3.5 meters of plain white would give you plenty to make a single bed quilt. 2.5 meters, 5 units of that, and 7 units, 3.5 meters of plain white fabric. Morning, Stuart. I've bought the York Fern bundle for the Jan Kinwell Wensleydale quilt. Oh, Bridget, loved. Did you meet Jen at Festival of Quilts? She was there, wasn't she? And she came on Sewing Street, I believe. So cool. I love her stuff. I love her stuff. Brilliant, lovely, very nice, very nice. Last few chances on that one now. 6.5 meters. Morning, Mo. She says, good morning, handsome. And crew. Morning, Christine. She says, I love looking around, Liberty. If there's any fabric I like, If there's any fabric I like, I look on Sewing Street to see if you have it. It's so much better value for money. Yeah. I mean, it's lovely to look round, but yeah. And I remember once being in there at Christmas, and there was a lady, and she had a basket, like a shopping bag, piled high with Christmas decorations. I bought 2, £50. How much that basket must have cost, I have no idea. Jan's message, she says, good morning, Stuart team. The only thing I bought in Liberty was a pack of silk ribbons. It was the cheapest thing I could find. Yes, yes. I know, well, it's lovely to have a little treat sometimes, isn't it? But I like to buy a Lotto fabric, so I like to buy it when it's its very, very best price. And of course, here on Sewing Street, we're always giving you fantastic price crashes. And actually, our everyday price on everything is the very best we can. £48.94 for those. Oh gosh, literally one left. Be really quick on this. Gorgeous chalky colours. There's one other bundle, which is the Brights of Emily Bell. Yes, actually, look, I'm going to grab these because there's some beautiful blues in there. Like almost like it's not a teal, it's more of a petrol, isn't it? That's lovely. That is a very pretty combination already, isn't it? Oh, hello. Yes. Look at that. What a gorgeous bundle. What an absolutely gorgeous bundle. All different, by the way, to these. But also, do you see how you absolutely could tone these in? I mean, it's all just so lovely, isn't it? Gorgeous. These pastels, these are your side graphic here. And then your Brights are here. Gorgeous. It's 9 o'clock, everyone. Time for a quick break. But after the break, Susie Duncan's here with not one, but two fabulous quilts and curves made easy. It's time to embrace those curves after the break.
Want to know what's coming up on Sewing Street? It's easy. Just visit www.sewingstreet.com and head to the TV Guide section for all the latest show details. Stay ahead and never miss a stitch with Sewing Street.
Oh, hi everyone. Nice to see you. I hope you can join us on Thursday the 20th. That's this Thursday the 20th, with the lovely Stuart Hillard will be joining me. We have 3 House of Alistair shows. Now the show times are 8 and 9, 10 and 11, and then last orders will be 12 till 1 p.m. This is no ordinary day. We have 3 full-on sales. This is our summer sale. We've got autumn winter ready to come into the warehouse. As you can see from behind me, we've got brand new stuff that you've not even seen before that will be going straight in. Now it's all going in at 50%, not up to 50%, but full 50% off. It's fast as fingers first. It will be high paced. Please, please, please set your reminders. I will see you with Stuart Hilliard on the 20th. Grab yourself some bargains.
Looking for some creative inspiration? Head over to the Sewing Street website and click on the SS Hub. It's packed with ideas, tips and projects to spark your creativity. Plus you'll find the latest news and information on sewing machines and overlockers. Get inspired with Sewing Street.
The winner of this year's Search for a Star is...
It's Search for a Star here on Sewing Street. Do you love sewing and have a great imagination? Do you enjoy giving other crafters inspiration with your makes? We're looking for talented sewists to join the Sewing Street family and win the opportunity to become a regular guest on the show, giving you the chance to share your sewing wisdom with our viewers live on air. To enter, create a video in landscape up to 3 minutes, introducing yourself, and either demonstrate showing parts of a sewing project or show us how to master a challenging sewing technique.
Hi everyone, my name is Amber and I'm from Bedford.
Remember to introduce yourself speaking to the camera in your video. Send your videos to star@sewingstreet.com with the subject line of Search for a Sewing Star using wetransfer.com. Please make sure that the download link is valid for longer than 1 day, as the competition email address is not always monitored over the weekend. The closing date for sending in all of your video entries is Monday the 7th of September. We can't wait to meet you all. Good luck!
Looking for the perfect gift for the sewing enthusiast in your life? The Sewing Street gift card is just the thing. Choose between a physical card delivered to their door or a convenient e-gift sent straight to their inbox. It's easy. Just head to the Sewing Street website, scroll to the bottom of the page, click Gift Cards, or use your smartphone, scan the QR code and go straight there. Pick the amount you'd like to load onto the card, and that's it. The Sewing Street gift card, the gift of creativity made simple.
Join us in store for the Crafter's Companion in Evesham. You'll be able to shop dedicated collections from Sewing Street, Jewellery Maker and selected brands featured across Hobby Maker, all under one roof. Why not make a day of it? With a coffee shop on site, you can relax, browse and enjoy everything the store has to offer, and incredible prices on the products you love. Whether you love sewing, jewellery making or papercraft, there's something waiting for you at Crafter's Companion Evesham. We can't wait to see you there.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 AM till 1 PM, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
My loyal subjects, it is with a heavy crown and a light heart that I address you once more upon this momentous occasion. I am not a man confined to a single day of birth, no. Upon Sewing Street I have been graced with multiple birthdays. And so it is my royal command that this Friday shall be proclaimed an official John Scott birthday celebration. Let it be recorded in the annals of crafting history. Upon this day I decree the following. That official birthday deals shall be bestowed upon all who seek them. That we shall welcome the launch of Kerry Lord's splendid new book, a work most worthy of your attention. And that we shall be joined by the illustrious crafts of Pinflare, Toft and Amber Makes, each a treasure in their own right. Therefore, let all who hold a needle, a hook, or a glue pen make their way to Sewing Street this Friday. And let us remember, though my birthdays may be many, my appreciation for you is boundless. God save the stitches.
I'm here this hour with the fabulous Susie Duncan. Hello.
Hello, hello.
I love your specs, by the way.
Thank you.
Gorgeous.
Thank you. I can see now.
Last time I saw you, we were both very, very busy at Festival
We
of
were.
Quilts. Did you have fun?
I did.
Great.
Very good fun.
Were you exhausted?
Absolutely.
That as well.
Yes.
We've got two fabulous quilts from you this hour.
We have,
You're
yes.
going to show us how to do easy curves. We're going to start with the Summer Spectacular quilt. It's this quilt that's hanging behind. This is absolutely dreamy.
It's so pretty, isn't it? And really showcases the fabrics superbly. Yeah, it's a lovely, lovely quilt. And if you don't want to make the quilt, the block's big enough for a cushion. So you can just have one as a cushion.
Yeah, it's just gorgeous, isn't it? Really vibrant, summery.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Just fun.
love it.
Great
Love it.
size for a picnic or as a lap quilt.
It's such a great way to showcase all of those fabulous
It is.
Liberty fabrics.
It is.
This is all Liberty, by the way. Every last bit.
It's a big bundle of fabric.
There's a lot in here.
There is.
There is a lot.
And it's all so neatly presented and folded, isn't it?
It
Do you want me to
certainly
leave that?
is. It's gorgeous. I'm just going to get out the fabrics and start laying them out. I may have to give up my natural inclination
to put them in order.
Rainbow them.
Yeah.
I may not.
So this is all from the Summer Fair collection.
Ooh.
Mixed in with Emily Bell's Wiltshire Shadows, York Fern. So there's a lot of our staples in here, or blenders, or timeless editions, whatever you want to call them, from Liberties. But
Absolutely
also
stunning.
those vibrant, fun designs.
Oh my goodness!
I know, see what I mean?
Just look, hang on. Do you see? I got all that fabric out.
Shall I move that up?
Right, I got all of that out, and then look, this is what I'd got in the bag, and this is what I saw.
Yep.
And then I thought, oh, is there more underneath? And I turned it over and wait till you see. Look! It's
A
all.
lot.
It's
There's
all. As well. Wow! Look.
Yeah, you've got your bunting, festive bunting.
So much.
Kaleidoscopes. You've got.
This is absolutely incredible. Are these fat quarters or strips?
Yeah, they're long. Some of them, I think they're mainly long. Oh, this one's a fat quarter. There you go. You see, like
Wow.
I just cut mine.
There is a lot of fabric
You've got
there.
plenty there for what you need. If you're careful how you cut, you'll have some leftovers. So you could do scrappy bindings, add a border, do another one as a pillow, as an accessory, or do another one on the back to make it reversible quilt. So you've got loads and loads to choose from.
And then look, you're also getting all of this. This is also Liberty, isn't it?
It is, yes. So
white on white.
So this is Lazenby Silhouette Garden Walk, this one. So it is white on white design, really pretty, multi-directional, so you haven't got to worry about it, and you can be really economical how you cut this.
I
and
just put my hand underneath. Can you
forms
see the print there?
Yeah. It's very, very subtle.
That's gorgeous.
Yeah, I love Lazenby silhouettes. I think they're all fabulous hero prints as well. But
That
for
is
this,
stunning.
it works really well as the background because you've got these busy prints that are real vibrant colours, but the offset white on white tone really comes through when you put it all together.
It
And
is
you do
really
the centre
gorgeous.
circles.
Are
It
those
looks-
appliqued on top?
They are not appliqued on top, no. These are added as you go. So they form, each block, which is a whole circle, is divided into 4. So you're making an arc quadrant and you're filling in with a circle here and your outer circle there. But if you prefer, you can cut this. If you wanted to, you could do this as an applique piece. But you've got plenty of scope then to add in embroidery. You can monogram in there. If it's, you know, if you're gifting this for someone, you could add in a date. You could do all
Do you know what
sorts
I
of
would
things.
add? You say about, I would add a feather stitch around the circle and around the outside
absolutely.
in something like a cotton perlé, maybe a soft pink or...
Yeah, feel amazing.
This is a stunning quilt
is a
kit.
really
Now, let's talk about the price, Susie, because at the moment, it's £194.99, which I think, frankly, is astonishing value. I'm absolutely blown away by how much fabric you get there, but also all of your white on white, this is all Liberty as well. This is your binding, this is also your Liberty silhouette. So you get all of that. You also get your full pattern included for the Summer Spectacular. And it's a proper big pattern with loads and loads of detail, fabric swatches, you name it. We're not staying at 194. We're going to go to the price that we've had it on before.
Yeah, on launch day.
£179.99. That, you launched it, right?
I did, yes.
£179.99, but we're not staying there. Susie.
Okay.
We're going to better. So this is our lowest ever price. So if you've already checked out, lots of you have, this is what you're going to pay. This is what you're going to pay. 3 split pays. There's going to be a lot of people there for this. Be quick on your checkout. It's going down under 170. £169.99. It's an extra £10 off.
Wow. I mean, just in background fabric alone, I've just looked it up, you've got 3 3/4 metres.
Wow, nearly 4 metres.
You've got 3 5/8 of a yard.
It's such good value.
The background fabric alone.
Such good value.
I mean, that is phenomenal.
Yeah.
And these are all either fat quarters or long quarters. I just happened to pick up the fat quarter. But yeah, I mean, what a decision.
Just gathering together.
So you could, this has been randomised.
Yeah.
But you can, that's what I was going to come on and show you.
I was just thinking, could you do that?
So in the pattern itself, I'll show you what I did, just to give you an idea. So within the pattern, you have these fab reference pages where you've got each of the fabrics listed, and then it tells you how many you need to cut. That is if you're following the guide, you know, the print that's in the pattern. If you want to make up your own, you can do so, because you've got plenty enough fabric to move choices around. But what I then did is decide which of those fabrics is going in which block. So I numbered the blocks 1 to 9, and then referenced which one was in which block.
Cool.
Because you know what I'm like, I do like to...
I like to be organised.
I like a number.
to be organised. I just wanted to group these very quickly,
easy.
Susie.
Yeah, absolutely.
I was going to say, you really could, couldn't you, separate them out if you wanted to into
and do
sort
them
of like
in colour wheels, yeah.
We're going to do something a bit mad now.
Are we? That'll make a change.
I know. Well, because we've already gone to our lowest ever price. That's where Hannah's been told to stop.
Oh, no.
But she's not going
We
to
know
stop
what she's
there.
like today.
I know. She's going to drop the price again. And actually, this is a big drop, and this is where we're stopping. I know. I know.
It's a good job she's leaving the country tomorrow, isn't it?
Exactly. Hannah's going on holiday tomorrow, so she's just D-Mob happy. There you go. If you've already checked out your basket, that's what you're paying, under £150. I'm so sorry to interrupt you there, but that was rather an important thing to get done.
It was rather important, wasn't it? Oh my goodness, gosh, that is a very good buy. And
You're
when
saving
you add up,
£45.
yeah, but also if you add up the amount of fabric you've got there,
oh, it's incredible.
it is a phenomenal value.
It is
quilt.
all Liberty. You've got all your white on white Liberty as well, and your pattern.
And this quilt you can put together bit by bit. You don't have to tackle it as a whole.
No.
It's easily achievable by anybody, and you just take your time. You don't have to be frightened of curves with this, because there are tricks and tips that we'll go through that'll help you.
Talking of trips and tips, will you show us how to curve piece as well?
Well, I'll try.
It frightens a lot of people, doesn't it?
It frightens me. I mean, the first time you do it, you think, how on earth does a piece that big fit in a curve that's only that big? It's never going to happen. It's like when you come to put sleeves in things, isn't it, and stuff. Yeah. But there are lots of tips and tricks. We've got lots of tools in our haberdashery that we can call on to help as well, and that's what I'm going to show.
Brilliant.
The way I do it, it's not necessarily the correct way or the only way, but it's the way that works for me, and that's what you have to find, the way that works for you.
Absolutely.
But you can break this down.
I was thinking as well,
completely.
you could actually make this quilt as you go, as you wanted.
Yeah,
there is a
absolutely.
gap between the blocks.
There is.
If there was a narrow sashing in between, you could quilt as you go, couldn't you?
Absolutely, you could.
Just going to mention, we were talking earlier, weren't we, about how it is very expensive to shop in Liberty.
It is.
As lovely as it is, it's very expensive. And I'm just thinking, we've just taken a quilt kit, a Liberty, all Liberty quilt kit, from just about £200 to under 150. If that happened in the Liberty store, there would be a queue around the block.
Yeah,
wouldn't there?
Would be a riot.
Basically, like nearly 25% off, just like that, just because Hannah's going on holiday. We're not jealous, are we?
Oh,
We're not jealous.
Absolutely not. But apparently she doesn't need anyone to carry a bag, which I just think is outrageous.
But there you go. You've got an amazing set. Now, half the stock's gone. Half the stock is gone. So if you want to get this, you're going to have to be quick. The other thing I would just say is, if you're not into this, you don't have to do this.
No, absolutely not. But buy the fabric at that price.
I couldn't resist. I couldn't, exactly that.
Yeah.
You have got so many. In fact, I'm just going to do a little silent count up of just how many fabrics you've got.
When you know that they're fat quarters and long quarters, how many patterns are there out there available for free, as well as, you know, on the Sewing Street website that use fat quarters or long quarters? It is a very popular measurement to use for all of your patterns
Of course it is.
and projects.
And
so
Susie,
what a stash.
29 print fabrics plus nearly 4 metres of white on white.
Yeah.
Amazing.
very
Absolutely
good
amazing. We'll just get that message back up if we may, please. $49.99 is your split pay, under £50 to get this home. Good morning to you both. I've been wanting this quilt kit for ages, and now I've just got it. A huge, big thank you. That's Kat in Norfolk.
Oh, I hope you enjoyed making it, Kat, as you've waited so long. I'm sure you will. I mean, the decisions you're going to have to make about what goes with what in each circle as well. It's exciting. Yeah.
And am I right that it's £30 less than the launch price?
It is indeed, yes. Yes. So,
wow.
yeah, good job you waited.
Almost £50 off the actual price. Amazing.
Crazy. Crazy.
Amazing.
But yeah, lovely array of designs and colours, something to suit everybody. And as you say, you can mix it up. This is a real licorice all sort array. But if you want to organise it and colour scheme it, then you have the ability to do that with the amount of fabric you've got there.
Totally agree.
So, yeah.
Now, Susie, this wasn't the original plan, but...
Oh, what we're doing now?
Would you...
I'm not doing song and dance routines.
Oh, because that's exactly what I was going to ask for. No, I was going to ask, would you mind doing the demo for this now
Yeah,
rather than
sure.
after, because it's so
Absolutely.
busy for this. Thank you so much.
Of course.
I'm gonna
It's
be helpful and take all this fabric to the boot of my car.
Oh, okay.
Just to get it out
To
of the
file
way.
it. To file it.
Yeah, I'm going to keep it somewhere safe, Susie. Thank you.
Yeah.
Fewer than
I
20
think my car's
of that quilt
closer.
kit left. Say again, love.
My car is closer to the door.
No,
though.
it's as good as in my car. Susie. No, listen, there's less than 20 now of the kit. It's an amazing price, an amazing quilt. I think it's absolutely gorgeous. £30 than the lowest price ever before, and also almost 50, like £45 off the actual price. So it's an amazing deal, whether you're buying it because you want to make this quilt or you want 29 cuts of Liberty fabric and nearly 4 meters of Liberty white on white plus a fabulous pattern. I've got 12 of these kits left. 12 of these kits left. This is such a steal. $49.99 is your split pay to get it home. No credit check, no form, no phone call required. Just choose split pay as an option when you check out your basket, and you can get that home for under £50. So if you've been waiting for this quilt kit or hoping that we might have a special, that was Hannah, a special,
That was my fault.
the magic of television. This is your chance. This is your chance. Right, Susie, thank you so much.
For getting Hannah to walk across the screen.
Love it.
So, yeah, absolutely. The first thing you're going to do, though, after you've read the pattern, think about where you want everything, organise yourselves accordingly, is to cut out your templates. Now, the templates come on a double page, so you're going to need to... I just re-photocopied and then stuck the page together to get the big B template. Now, when you're cutting, remember you're cutting on the outer thin line, because that allows your 1/4 inch seam allowance. And what I actually did was trace this using a light box onto template plastic, because I knew I'd got to cut a lot of them. So it's worth me taking that extra bit of money and time to do it onto template plastic, and then I've got it to keep forever and a day. So I did that for all 3 templates. There are just the 3.
Template plastic if you need it. 2 sheets, $2.99.
It's it's a good one. Then you keep in with your pattern, and you've got it next time you want to use it.
Yeah.
Then you can use the picture on the front to work out which fabric goes where. But throughout the pattern, you've got colour wheels, if you like, of each of the Dresden circle blocks. So you could just get your colour pencils out and colour in your own design. And then you've got a visual for yourself. Or you could just curate the fabrics and offer them up and decide on that basis. But I worked out my plan and then I started cutting. So I would advise you best press everything. You know I love a best press, but for this, because you are creating curves and you are going to end up with a full circle, the better your fabric is conditioned before you start, it just works for you then. So I'm going to arrange these. You're going to build each arc in a group of 5. Now they look completely random. They are completely random. I'm just going to bring in this one and make sure I'm happy with the arrangement. That'll do. And then when you bring these together, it's 1/4 inch seam, and it is a straight line. You're not sewing on a curve yet.
No, it's like sewing 2 strips together.
Absolutely.
Easy.
So get yourself set up. You can chain piece these. So you're going to do them in the groups of 5, but what I did was I planned my circle out and arranged them in the 5. So if I put this one out now, you can see.
Because I liked what you said about, yeah, that's good enough, because
Yeah.
we can overthink these things.
I have spent a long time rearranging and arranging these, and you end up in a right pickle, tying yourself in knots and not ending up getting very far in the 4 hours that you've allocated for sewing that day. You know, I do find that once I've made a decision, I've viewed it from above, taken a photograph and looked at the photograph, because that often makes a difference to how you view things.
Yeah.
And then I'll say, okay, that's it, done. I'm going for it now. But keep them in the 5s
Yeah.
and then just work through. But you can chain piece it.
Okay.
So I've got my machine set at a 1/4 inch seam with, I'm on 1.8, which is the piecing size for this, for the 782. But whatever you're used to doing, and someone's obviously done this at very slow speed, not me.
That will not do for you, Susie.
No. So I was sewing last week with my grandson. He loves a bit of sewing.
Great.
And he said to me, we started sewing, and he said, no, Nana, stop. He operates the stop and start buttons. And I said, why, what's the matter? He said, you're going far too fast. And he whacked it right down to tortoise speed. I'm like, seriously, Ben? We'll be here all week. So, no, Nana, you sew far too fast. Don't think so.
So how old is he?
He's 6.
Oh.
Yeah, going on 60. He's
Of
just
course.
gone on holiday. So I got a photograph of him flaked out in the reception, not reception desk. The I'm gonna move that one. No, I'm not. I'm gonna put it there. At lunch after they'd arrived, because he'd been up at 3 in the morning.
Oh.
And then the next photograph was him swimming, so he'd obviously recovered.
Oh, that's lovely.
But yeah, it's an immense privilege being a grandparent as well as a parent. But yeah, it is funny though when they tell you off.
Oh yes, far too fast.
But for this, you can go fast because it is only a straight line.
Sure.
I do slow it down when I get to the curve. So I've done my 3, and I'm bringing in those 2 to join on there. And you can see already that curve beginning to take shape.
So you've literally just matching up the raw edges.
Yeah.
And sewing 1/4 inch down one side.
Yeah, so nothing tricky at all.
Only a few chances left on this quilt, by the way. 2 left, 1 left, in fact. No, 2, beg your pardon. Do check out your baskets, won't you? Otherwise, you are going to miss out on this.
Right, so you then carry on and do all of those.
But
so you can
still keep them in groups of 5.
Yeah, so you could keep them in groups of 5.
I'll come and press that for you.
Oh, will you? Thank you. I'm afraid
Open all to one side.
Open, please. Don't save me burning yet another finger.
Yep, no problem.
So once you've done all of those, I've done 2 ahead. Keep them in the blocks that you want, unless you want to really muddle them up again. I'm going to put those out the way. Let's concentrate on one of these. You then need your 2 templates B and C. So they are going to form the outer curve. And you can see what I mean about there's no way that's going to fit. Of course it is. And your inner curve. Now to cut these, you're asked to subcut your background fabric into squares first, or strips, or however it is. What is it they do? I've forgotten now. It's been a long while. But what I did, I've worked it out. Where is it? There it is. Because it's white on white, can't see it. So I cut myself squares that were the right size for template B, which came up at about 9.5 inches. Well, I would go 9 3/4 just to give yourself a wiggle room. And I found in that space I could get 2 Bs diagonally opposite each other, but I could get a whole shed load of little Cs in between. And that way...
Thrifty.
Yeah, but you imagine how much fabric I'm now saving from my background fabric.
Doesn't it suggest that you do that then?
No, it just says cut them.
Oh.
So I just thought, well,
Yeah.
me being me.
Yeah.
Now you can if you've got template plastic, you could use your rotary cutter and cut along this. Personally, I'm not a fan of that because you end up niggling the corners, don't you? And your template, by the end of this, you'll end up with it slightly different size. So what I tend to do is, once I've marked it, I do 2 layers at once. I wouldn't ever cut more than that at once. Pin it together so that you know, and I've pinned it wrong sides together, so it's right and wrong sides, so they're all going to face the same way.
Otherwise, I see,
Otherwise you're going to do a mirror image, which for this actually doesn't matter because of the shape, but it could in future. But if you get into the habit of doing that now, then you're on a roll. So I've cut one edge. I can cut this edge with a straight line. I've cut these 2 already. So I can grab a ruler and do that first edge, but then I would cut it with a pair of scissors. And whenever you're cutting anything out, make sure that everything is the sharpest it can possibly be. So i.e. change your rotary cutter blade and use the best pair of scissors that you can find. So I'll put that pin back in because I'm now going to cut the curve, and we're going to cut it. That one finishes there and that one finishes there. So I'm going to cut round. I love that sort of, I call it the cornflake noise, you know, that sort of crunch that you get.
So crisp.
Yeah, and this is a process that you don't rush because you want it to be as accurate as you possibly can.
Sure. Did you best press
everything?
Your fabric?
Yes.
Yeah,
literally, whenever I get sent fabric and I'm about to do any project with it, I'd best press it whilst I'm thinking about it, whilst I'm looking at it, whilst I'm deciding what I'm doing with it, because that way it's in its best condition. I'm ready to go. I know when I cut it, it's going to be accurately cut. I'm not going to have bits everywhere.
Which is part of my process now. Everything
Absolutely.
gets best pressed. We've got a Citrus Grove on the show.
Ooh.
It's lovely.
Not smelt.
Kind of lemon lime.
Nice.
It's gorgeous.
Right, I'm just going to cut one of the C's out as well, because then I can show you that one. Now, if you draw your templates with a friction pen, of course, once you press it, it disappears.
I was using Best Press yesterday on plain black fabric.
Yeah.
And I just love the fact that you can literally spritz it, iron straight away, no flakes, no white marks, nothing.
Absolutely, yep. And it does make a massive difference to how a fabric sews, how it then presses, everything, doesn't it?
Totally.
It's so worth the time to do it. But it does give you that slow down thinking process as well, which we're all in a rush to do everything, which is great, but it is also better sometimes just to take time. Right, let's clear our decks. We've done our cutting. As I say, keep your templates because you'll use those again when you come to do the next project. So the next bit I need to do is to add in this top curve. Now it's going to go on here, around the top edge here, believe it or not. And then to do that, I'm going to employ a glue pen. Now I don't know which version you've got, so I've got both out of my box, but you want a glue pen. You can use pins, most definitely you can use pins, but I find it easier to use glue pen, clips, pin combo, so that I don't end up with hundreds of pins.
Sure.
Because I just find it slows me down too much, and I end up stabbing something or the pins get in the way. I just find it easier. So the first thing I do is to find the centre of both the curve I'm adding and the curve I have. which theoretically should be the middle of that third segment. And then we're going to place them right sides together. And this is the point. I remember the first time I ever did curve piecing, I thought, well, that's completely wrong, isn't it? Because that's upside down. There's no way that is ever going to work.
It totally foxes you, doesn't it, to begin with?
It's like doing foundation paper piecing for the first time, isn't it? So I do put a pin in at the centre. Then I'm going to move round. Now, you can either wiggle your way round and end up with the curve, doing the curve bit, or you can do the end and then match in between. Whatever works for you. But I find, she says, not even securing the pin. That wasn't very good, was it? Let's secure the pin. I find that if I glue as I go, I find it easier. So I just get a bit of glue pen. And remember, this gets washed out and dries clear, so it doesn't, although it goes on blue. And you want to gently ease. And the worst thing you can possibly do is stretch the fabrics.
Okay.
Because then you'll end up with lumps, bumps, and it won't work. So just ease it round. And it is a lot easier, excuse the pun, than you think. You can see just pressing lightly, and I've managed to get to the end and everything lines up.
Well, you've got so much more control doing it there with that glue stick, haven't you?
Absolutely. Now, if you want to then go back in, and I usually put a pin in at the beginning, just so I know it holds. And then I can do the other side. Don't try and do it all in one go, because then you will get yourself in a pickle. Things wibble, wobble. We don't like wibbles and wobbles.
We don't. Unless
Any
it's
shape
meant
or
to
form.
be like that.
Unless it's supposed to be a wibbly wobble, yeah. So
do you know, I can't get over the variety and quantity of fabric.
It's ridiculous, isn't it?
I've just been having a little play with these fabrics.
And there's a design for everyone, I think.
There is.
It's a great all-generation design quilt, this one. But it is a lovely one to gift as a birthday celebration, anniversary, wedding quilt, anything like that. It's a lovely...
It is, it's fabulous. It's really joyful.
Combo, yeah.
You've got 29 different fabrics, feature fabrics for your quilt. There's nothing stopping you as well dipping into your stash if you've got a few others that you'd like to throw in, or you want to emphasise perhaps more of the reds and the blues. Keep these for something else.
Well, if you've got the York Fern bundle that you had in the first hour, those all fit colour-wise with this perfectly. In fact, one of them is in the feature anyway. But you could add in those and save more of your design fabrics to do something else on the back and make it a reversible quilt, or turn it into a quillo as well.
Lovely.
That would be another
Lovely. It's just brilliant value. You're getting 29 different feature fabrics. You're then also getting nearly 4 metres of your white on white. And this is Liberty white on white. You've got your background fabric for the quilt. You've got your binding as a separate piece of fabric. It's the same fabric, but it's cut separate, so you know to keep that for your binding. You've got your pattern as well. I think that's incredible. Now, the price should have been $194.99. It's only been on once before, and when it launched, it was $179.99. Special price for the launch. Normally, we never go lower than that. But today, you're saving £30 on top of that. So it's gone from $194.99 to under £150. So many of you have gone for this quilt today. Whether you're going to make the Summer Spectacular or whether you have seen this as a very, very smart way to get 30 different Liberty fabrics into your stash for under £150. You've also got that Summer Spectacular pattern with full-size templates. Make it in your Liberty. This would also be incredible done in scraps. This would work in any colour.
You would. That's why I say,
gorgeous.
that's why make the templates in template plastic, because you are going to use this time and again.
I agree.
And if you don't want to do the full circle, just half a circle on a rectangular cushion looks phenomenal.
Ooh, I like that.
So you can do that idea as well, break it down even more. So that would give you 18 instant gifts for Christmas.
Yeah, incredible. It's brilliant,
I think it's
really
brilliant.
brilliant. Lots of you are going to miss out now.
Which means
this kit is massively oversubscribed.
So if you did that, that's less than £10 a present.
Wow. For a Liberty gift.
For a Liberty gift. What special friends you have.
I know. I know.
So I'm going to now stitch along that curve. Now I do slow down for this slightly, and still 1/4 inch. So just go with it. And actually, because it's quite a big curve, it's not a difficult curve to sew. You're not constantly edging round a corner. But the more you keep the needle moving, and even if it's really slow, you'll get a precise curve. If you start, that's when you start getting the zigzag effect. So that's the big one done.
Done?
Done.
But where was the wailing? Where was the gnashing of teeth? Where was the difficulty?
No. Yeah. Where was that? I'm not doing it anymore. That's
Is that
it.
because it's glue it? You've glued it?
I think the day I discovered the glue pen for curve piecing.
Can I come and iron it for you?
Yes, please. So I hand pressed it over to start with.
Towards the...
Towards the corner, because then you're reducing your bulk.
Yeah.
I haven't done that one yet.
Oh, sorry.
No, it's just the other one. And I do the top one first, because if you try and do them both together, because of the way this is a bigger curve to fit in, it's easier to just do the top one and then press it and then do the next one, I found. But as I say, everybody find their own way. But how neat is that for a curve?
It's brilliant, actually, beautiful. I do just want to make the point that I'm pressing, I'm not rubbing back and forth. It would be quite easy, because of course that, although it's stitched, is all on the bias. This could all stretch if you were a bit leery with your iron.
Yeah, and I
just
think
pop
that's
that down.
true.
That is beautifully done.
Thank you.
That is, I mean, but also as
It's
well.
almost
just,
like I practiced.
well, no, but and how easily it came together.
Yes.
That is a beautiful result.
Yeah.
You promised to show us easy curves. You've done it.
Can I go home now, then?
Susie Duncan. I mean, your work is done, but
Is it?
except it's not.
Oh, okay.
But that was brilliant. Thank you.
Thank you. The bottom one is exactly the same, but it is a much smaller area, so it's slightly trickier. My tip for that end is, because of the shape, you have got a straight line edge. If you marry that straight edge as well, then the other bit sort of falls into place. You have to do a bit of origami with the whole thing, because it is quite a big piece behind it. So you've got the narrow end here. So can you see how you just have to fold it round? But again, try not to stretch anything. Try and keep it in place doing it, and just check that everything is there. You've got no lumps, bumps and wiggles. And then you're going to stitch again at 1/4 inch. And as you stitch, this is lift the piece, because then you're not going to trap anything where it shouldn't be trapped underneath.
Should I get back in place ready to iron?
If you desire.
Okay.
You're very good.
I like to be helpful.
It's a shame you live so far away, because I could do with you on a daily basis. Charlie wouldn't miss you, would he? There we go. Hopefully we've done that one. And again, I would ease that over.
Yep.
And press around.
I'll give that a little press.
Yeah. Thank you very
No
much,
problem
Liz.
at all.
That's not too bad. So you're going to do that for each of the 5 sort of quarter arcs that you make. And it's this bit where you can decide, oh, do I want to do a full circle, or do I want to use this on a cushion and add it into something else? You could leave them all like this and then muddle them around afterwards. You don't have to have organised yourself already. But once you've got those in this position, trim up any loose threads, and then you're going to sew them in a 2x2
Oh, that's lovely.
to make the full
That is lovely.
one. This needs a very good press, but I haven't pressed this properly.
You get a lot of bang for your buck as well, don't you? You know, each quarter isn't a lot of work.
No.
But actually, when you put 4 together, you get a lot of impact.
Yeah.
Even if you are spending a little bit more time on that curve, it really pays dividends.
Absolutely it does, yeah. Yeah, and it's just a joy because the colours are so joyful.
Lovely.
You know, you can't help smile and enjoy the process. Now, if you don't want to do this inner curve as the pattern says, as we've already said, you could do this as a circle applique piece, in which case, when you get it to this stage, you'll add your outer one, as we did, but don't add your middle one. Then you'll add your quadrants together.
Yep.
So these will have their top pieces.
Yep.
And then you'll be left with a hole in the middle. Now, when you get to that point, you need to be really careful how you press, because you don't want to stretch your circle. It wants to remain a circle.
Nice and flat, yes.
Yeah. So at that point, you will have nothing behind it. But what you could do is do an overlaid circle and use your freezer paper to curve it, so you get a nice turn, and I would allow a good 1/4 inch, so you know it's going to be under there. And then you can either whip stitch to hold it in place, or you can explore your machines. We've got all these phenomenal stitches on our machines, and do we use them? Of course we don't.
No, it's true.
We use straight stitch.
But I just need to say, there's 32 of you now with this kit in your basket, and I'm going to give you real numbers. I have got 6 kits left. 32 of you in baskets, 6 kits left. So 28 of you, no, 26 of you are going to miss out. 26 of you.
Which will be sad.
Well, there's 6 of you that can still get it. Oops, I bought the quilt, says Lynn.
Excellent.
Could I ask, do you press the seams open or to the side? Thanks, Lynn, in North Yorkshire.
Lynn, I have pressed all my joining seams for each of the pieces open, and then, as you saw, Stuart pressed the top arc and the bottom arc towards the white, and then when I join these, I would join them as open seams. I press them as open seams.
Yeah.
It just means everything lays flat, and when you come to quilt later, you've got no lumps, bumps and big areas. Everything will be smooth, and you can long arm it. You can go to town on the free motioning.
It would be a lovely one to hand quilt as well.
It would, yes. I've got enough of that going on. I'm not going to do this one as well.
I've got 4 kits left. In baskets, nearly 40.
So, yeah.
39 of you with it in your basket. 4 kits left. Gosh, it is a beautiful, beautiful. And do you know what though? The best bit, you have just demystified sewing and curves.
Well, I hope it makes it less intimidating. It is a very, it's a doable process.
Your glue stick trick is brilliant.
Love a glue stick.
Absolutely brilliant.
Do love a glue
That's
stick.
everyone's takeaway from this hour, isn't it? Last 2 kits available now if you want to get the Summer Spectacular. If you're like Sue and you're not ready to let go of summer yet, I'm like Sue. I'll keep the summer for a few more weeks. another month or two. Get yourself the Summer Spectacular. Literally last 2. Right, that's that one.
Yeah.
Now, we've also got the kit for the everlasting double wedding ring quilt. Now, we're not going to have time for a demo on this, but I want to show you the quilt and what you get in the kit. And we've got a nice price on this as well. So, Dan, do we have the lovely picture of the quilt? Yeah, perfect, thank you. So this is the quilt. It's a double wedding ring. I've been writing in the last few days about bucket list quilts. And the double wedding ring quilt is without doubt a bucket list quilt. If you ask most quilters, give me a list of the 5 quilts you have to make in your lifetime, I'm sure most people will say a wedding ring quilt somewhere in there. This is Liberty. From piecing to binding, everything Liberty. The background, beautiful. Gorgeous, soft pastel pinks, greens and blues, very gentle, kind of summer meadow colours. You've got that fabulous striped border. This is all from the Everlasting collection with a few Wiltshire shadows mixed in. The background pink is Wiltshire shadow. There's a little bit of blue Wiltshire shadow in there as well. Now, the quilt itself is 60 inches square, so very, very achievable. No one says you have to make a king-sized anything. Okay, and if you want to say, I made a double wedding ring quilt, 60 inches square is usable, achievable, beautiful, shows off the pattern, but you can do it. Susie, you demoed this, didn't you?
I did, yes.
We'll find out when that was. When was that demo, please, Hannah? Because I remember you showed that fabulous glue stick.
Yeah.
26th of June this year.
Yeah.
Susie showed us how easy it is to do this quilt, and it is genuinely so achievable.
It is very achievable, and like we've just seen, you're breaking it down. So you're going to do, you'll cut the templates. The template list is already in the pattern for you. You'll cut your shapes, sew them together, and they come together in a beautiful arc. You repeat that to make 4 arcs. Then you'll use the last template on the fold to cut the big centre sort of, I call it the sort of forearms block bit in the middle. And you'll ease that in as you do with the curves, the same as we've done before. And you'll see the fabric naturally wanting to be pressed in a certain direction. You don't have to really think about it or force it because of the curve, it takes itself. But when you do the big piece in the middle, do opposite sides one after another and then do the other 2, because that way you're not inclined to stretch it one way or another as you do it, because if you work it like a clock, you'll end up with a skew. It won't come together. So whereas if you do it top, bottom, side and side, it keeps it balanced and keeps the curves, nice curves without a skew. But you end up with a block that's Stuart's got there, which doesn't look like it's going to become a wedding ring. But then when you start putting that against the next one and the next one and the next one, that's when you start to get the interlocking rings, that everlasting double wedding ring design. But it's a fun way to showcase the fabrics as well, because they are beautiful fabrics.
Oh, the fabrics are gorgeous, really soft, pretty gentle. This is your binding fabric here. This is your background, this soft pink. And then you have got, this is a different, deeper pink.
Yeah.
A little bit of that Wiltshire shadow, a little bit of the blue, and then all of these fabrics from the Everlasting collection. Right, let's do a crash. Let's do a crash. Let's get this price under £200. And quite a few of you have already checked out your basket. You're paying, well, are you paying £199.99? No, you're not. We're going to take the price even lower. Now, remember, with the Summer Spectacular, the effect of doing that second drop. This is £179.99 now. So everyone's getting this price. This is the Everlasting collection, the iconic collection of Liberty florals. Was it a special anniversary that they did that for?
So what they did for Everlasting was the tail end of the 150th celebration. So what they did was brought together some of the notable designs from the past on the florals. So you've got a revisit of Mamie, for example, Cosmos, Ricardo, and then they've also put in nods to the more up-to-date designs that have come through. Soho Stripe has in there. It's just a really glorious celebration of the English countryside. It's flora and fauna in beautiful, real cottage garden colours and colourways, but they all work really well together and alongside each other. And this design of quilt really showcases that complete cottage garden feel, but with the formality of the wedding ring design, but could also be one of those Tudor formalised gardens as well. It's a really fun one to do. You don't have to follow the directions and use the fabrics they give you. You've got nearly, I think I've just added up quickly, so it may not be super accurate. You've got at least 8 yards of fabric in there, so that's nearly 7.2 metres of fabric, which is a lot of fabric.
It's a lot.
I mean, 4 yards of that, 3.6 metres, is Wiltshire Shadow alone, which is your background.
Gorgeous.
So you've got plenty to play around with, and phenomenal amounts of the stripes, so you can get a really lovely striped border. But if you don't want a striped border, you can save that fabric, do something on the back with it, and add in a border of your own, or scrappy border using it, and that would highlight all of those leftovers. And I hate having little bits left. I like to complete a quilt using what's left from cutting, because then I feel it's sort of rounded it all off, finished the story, bookended it, and I've not got a shed load of little bits to use.
No, you can always just sew them together and, as you say, piece them into the back, can't you?
Yeah.
Wow, what a gorgeous deal we've had on Liberty. Absolutely amazing. $259.99. Not today. Not here, not at Sewing Street. $179.99 for all of that. $59.99 on your split pay. It's a great time to go for split pay because you can spread the cost over 3 months, but you'll still get your kit locked in at that price, and you'll get it in just a few days as well. You get your full pattern, of course. This is another time where you'll want some template plastic.
Yes.
So make sure, if you haven't already, that you get your template plastic. And of course we love best press as well. So.
Yes, and you are cutting on the bias all of the pieces. So a template is a really good hard-working template is essential, and best pressing definitely, because you're cutting on the curve straight away.
Yeah.
And if you want, with the stripe fabric, when you incorporate that, you can get the stripes so that they are running at the right angle, because you can see, if you're using template plastic, I didn't have any when I cut mine, I only had cardboard, you can see through to get your stripes in the right direction.
Yes.
Because you're cutting on the bias anyway, so it doesn't matter if you're turning your template to fit. And if you've best pressed, then you're going to get a really nice cut press afterwards. But yeah, take your time, do it. It is achievable. Definitely. And again, it breaks it down. You're not trying to achieve the whole wedding ring effect in one hit, which is what some of the patterns that I've had in the past have done.
Yeah.
And it's just put me off, because I thought, no, it's just too much of a headache. This one, I thought, actually, do you know what? I could actually do this.
You could tick it off your bucket list. I can
tick it off that list.
That is the point of the bucket list. You're supposed to tick the things off.
Yeah.
Yes. My friend Foxy, as we call her, did 50 things when she was 50.
Did she?
One of which was get a tattoo, which, as far as we know, she still hasn't ticked off. We still encourage it every time we see her.
Absolutely. Go for it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Foxy. Right, we need to go to a break. That was an amazing hour. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Now, actually, before we go anywhere, Sue, we need to talk about Christmas.
We do.
We need to talk about.
It's not long now. It's
Look,
not long.
it's got a bit of Santa's suit in it.
It has.
Look. And Susie's even designed an extra little hack to bring even more Christmas magic into that quilt. But the price is incredible. The kit is complete. You literally just need to add thread, backing, everything. Just add thread. You get a wonderful children's storybook as well. And the price is the greatest gift of all. Susie, can't wait for that at 11 o'clock.
Indeed. Thank you.
Have a nice hour.
Yes, thank you.
But hey, you, don't go anywhere because we'll be back in just a few minutes with some fabulous tools. Stick around.
My loyal subjects, it is with a heavy crown and a light heart that I address you once more upon this momentous occasion. I am not a man confined to a single day of birth, no. Upon Sewing Street I have been graced with multiple birthdays. And so it is my royal command that this Friday shall be proclaimed an official John Scott birthday celebration. Let it be recorded in the annals of crafting history. Upon this day I decree the following: that official birthday deals shall be bestowed upon all who seek them. That we shall welcome the launch of Kerry Lord's splendid new book, A Work Most Worthy of Your Attention. And that we shall be joined by the illustrious crafts of Pinflair, Toft and Amber Makes, each a treasure in their own right. Therefore, let all who hold a needle, a hook, or a glue pen make their way to Sewing Street this Friday. And let us remember, though my birthdays may be many, my appreciation for you is boundless. God save the stitches.
Join us in store for the Crafter's Companion in Evesham. You'll be able to shop dedicated collections from Sewing Street, Jewellery Maker and selected brands featured across Hobby Maker, all under one roof. Why not make a day of it? With a coffee shop on site, you can relax, browse and enjoy everything the store has to offer. And incredible prices on the products you love. Whether you love sewing, jewellery making or papercraft, there's something waiting for you at Crafter's Companion Evesham. We can't wait to see you there.
Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with our social media pages. All the latest news, events, product launches, and much, much more. Search Sewing Street.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge one P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
The winner of this year's Search for a Star is...
It's Search for a Star here on Sewing Street. Do you love sewing and have a great imagination? Do you enjoy giving other crafters inspiration with your makes? We're looking for talented sewists to join the Sewing Street family and win the opportunity to become a regular guest on the show, giving you the chance to share your sewing wisdom with our viewers live on air. To enter, create a video in landscape up to 3 minutes, introducing yourself, and either demonstrate showing parts of a sewing project or show us how to master a challenging sewing technique.
Hi everyone, my name is Amber and I'm from Bedford.
Remember to introduce yourself speaking to the camera in your video. Send your videos to star@sewingstreet.com with the subject line of search for a sewing star using wetransfer.com. Please make sure that the download link is valid for longer than 1 day, as the competition email address is not always monitored over the weekend. The closing date for sending in all of your video entries is Monday the 7th of September. We can't wait to meet you all. Good luck!
Oh, hi everyone. Nice to see you. I hope you can join us on Thursday the 20th. That's this Thursday the 20th, with the lovely Stuart Hillard will be joining me. We have 3 House of Alistair shows. Now the show times are 8 and 9, 10 and 11, and then last orders will be 12 till 1 p.m. This is no ordinary day. We have 3 full-on sales. This is our summer sale. We've got autumn winter ready to come into the warehouse. As you can see from behind me, we've got brand new stuff that you've not even seen before that will be going straight in. Now it's all going in at 50%, not up to 50%, but full 50% off. It's fastest fingers first. It will be high paced. Please, please, please set your reminders. I will see you with Stuart Hilliard on the 20th. Grab yourself some bargains.
I've got some really, really useful, fun products in this hour. I love a tools hour because there's so many essentials, but there are also things that come up every now and then that are like, oh, okay, that's really cool. I like that. I really like this. So this is the DIY market. A little bit different and slightly left field, but bear with. This is the textile and school market. Essentially, thinking back to school, but also there are lots of circumstances where you might need to label your clothes or the clothes of a loved one. It might be residential, it might be going away in a group, it might be group living, it could be school trips, it could be holidays, it could be quite simply sports teams. This is a DIY marker, and what you do, you've got, I'll show you, you've got all sorts in there. You have got the actual, and it's one of those, you know, a little bit like they used to use in libraries to stamping your book. If I just show you here, yeah. So the ink is there ready, so it stamps. But what you've also got is, you've got all the letters of the alphabet. You've also got some little faces, motifs, things like that, okay? So you can personalise this any way you want. Now, it might be that you want to put, you know, handmade by Hayley, you know, or something like that, for example, or made with love. You've also got little tweezers. You've also got 40, I think, has you got labels in this one or not? Yeah, you've got labels. Oh yeah, here. You've got labels here. So if you are making something, say for example, a lunchbox, a water bottle, pencil case, pencils, I mean, it might be that you want to label your stuff for going to quilt class. You know, everyone ends up with a pair of scissors or a rotary cutter going missing because everyone's got an Olfa rotary cutter. Everyone's got the same ruler. So you can label all your quilting kit with these as well. Now, the colour is the colour of the stamp, okay, the face, basically. So there's blue, there's pink, and there's green. Everything else is exactly the same. The ink is black. It's fabric safe. You can stamp straight onto clothes if they're light. I also have a refill kit that has labels for dark fabrics if you want to do that. So I think it's really fun. It's a bit different, isn't it? Back to school, you've got your labels, your ink, your stamper. Here we go. There we go. So you've got your stamper, you've got your tweezers, your label, all of your letters and faces as well. Obviously these tweezers are to put your letters inside your stamper. And of course, you can change them out. So it's not like you have to put one name in and that's it, all used up. You can only stamp that name. So if you've got 2 grandchildren, 3 kids, or you're doing this for mum's clothes, you absolutely can. Hi Stuart, this would be perfect for stamping my books after bookbinding. Love it. That's from Boldish, who's in Greater London. Thank you, Boldish. I think that's a brilliant idea, yeah. Or even like, this book belongs to... There we go. If you're somebody that like lends books out to friends, as I do with some of my close friends, who I can trust to give them back. I think it's brilliant. It's great, isn't it? Remember, the colour refers to the face, not the colour of the ink. Blue, green or pink. It's a bit of fun. Love that. Now, as I say, we've also got a refill kit, which you might want to consider getting. And what you get in here is one black ink pad, so a refill ink pad. You also get 40 labels. And those labels are for putting on, so you get 24 10mm dishwasher safe labels. So they would go on things like water bottles, lunch boxes, that kind of thing, because you can put them through the dishwasher. And the ink as well is safe to go through the dishwasher. But then you also get 16 labels. These are iron-on tapes for dark fabrics. So where ordinarily with this, you can stamp onto light fabrics directly. So you can put the name direct onto things like a white t-shirt, a grey t-shirt, all right? But if you were doing a black t-shirt, navy blue, socks, for example, you'd want to put the iron-on labels on the tape. £9.99 for that. If you've bought the DIY marquee in the past, you might want to get the refills now, just to top you up. So, is here. And that's here. It depends, you know, if you've got a big family, lots of kids going back to school. And can I say, speaking as an ex-primary school teacher, it is an absolute godsend when children's clothes are labelled. Everything, pants, vests, socks, PE kit, you name it. Because when they all get changed for PE and everything's flying here, there and everywhere, who knows who this sock belongs to? Liz's message to say, I have one and I stamp all the gifts I make with love from either Granny or Liz, depending on who the gift is for. It's brilliant. Yeah, it's brilliant. Well, instead of doing labels at Christmas, what a nice, quick and easy, with love, boom, there we go, from Stuart, love from Stuart. It's very time-consuming. It's very time-consuming. Catherine's message to say, good morning, Stuart. I would need a green stamper since I'm good at losing or forgetting where I put things down, and green would stand out. Yes, absolutely. You pick your colour, either a blue face, a pink face, or a green face. The ink is all black, whatever, but the green really pops, doesn't it? The green really pops. Also, very clever with the stamper, that it kind of all pops away, so it's not staying exposed. It's great. I think it's great. Really good. Main kit's in the graphics right now. Keep going through for that. Oh, fun message from Emma. She says, hi, Susie and Stuart. I've been poorly. Oh, you poor thing. And I fell asleep while I was watching today's show. I woke up and I'd had a dream that we had met outside Festival of Quilts and were showing each other our hauls. So funny. I love that. I love that. I managed to buy fabric before the show even opened. Very naughty. Very naughty. While everything was unseen and untouched. Lovely. It was lovely. Right. Keep going through for that. Now then, back in stock. Back in stock. At last, we've got comic board. Comic board. Now, earlier on, the early bird today was the fat quarter storage bag. Now, you can just put your fat quarters folded in, but even better wrapped around your comic board. This is acid-free, fabric safe. You can wrap things like fat quarters, half meters or yardage around these and create mini bolts. They can go into bags. They sit really nicely on shelves. And, you know, one of my top tips for using fabric that you've already got is sort it, iron it, trim it, and wrap it. If you do all of those things and you've got it on display like your own little quilt shop, you will use it. If fabric is screwed up in a carrier bag in the back of the wardrobe, you'll never use it. If you've got it looking beautiful, it's so tempting and you will use it. This is the pack of 100, so this is the large pack. It's a brilliant price, so this could be 100 fat quarters organised, 100 half meters organised, or whatever your stash consists of, all wrapped up, all beautifully displayed. One top tip I would say is if you're displaying it on open shelving, try and make sure it's away from direct sunlight because you don't want the edge that's exposed to fade in the sunlight. So ideally try and keep these kind of away from light, but around the board itself, it's acid free, perfectly fabric safe. So that is 100 comic boards. Now, do we have the smaller pack of these? We do, we do. So this is the kind of thing you get inside the pack. This is a pack of 25. This is the 25. Oh, sorry. Hang on a second, hang on a second. Sorry, go on. Ah, yes. So you get a pack of 25. You don't get the sort of like cardboard outer that you get on the... But I mean, I've got a little bit of fabric here. And literally, I mean, all you do, whatever the piece of fabric is that you've got, the best thing to do is just wrap it around. Just wrap it around. And then on this lead edge, what I like to do, you can either fold it in like that, okay, and I will put a pin, a good quality pin through there, or you could put a little clip or something like that. Or sometimes I will kind of fold it up like that. And you probably could even tuck the edge in instead, or a little clip or a pin, and just that then, and that on your shelf, you're going to be able to see what you've got. And it's just that way of displaying your fabric. If it looks like a quilt shop, you will feel like a kid in a sweet shop, won't you? Look at all my lovely fabric. Good question, Sandra. Hi, Stuart. How do you sort your fabrics, by colour or pattern and theme? Good question. Well, so I sort mine by colour generally. So I have drawers, bins, shelves. So I will have the reds, the blues, and so on. Some fabrics where I've got a lot of one colour, like blue, I will sort into lightest blues, medium blues, dark blues. Speciality fabrics, so things like Japanese, they're on their own. Christmas, seasonal, novelty, children's, they tend to be sorted on their own. Solids, I tend to keep together as well as a separate thing. And then I also have like neutrals in one area. So it's a bit of a mixture of the two, but primarily by colour. How do you sort yours? Are there different ways? I don't sort my clothes like that. Actually, that's not true, I do. I have my clothes in my wardrobe in things like the creams and the blues and the... It's quite satisfying when everything's ironed. I don't wear vests, Hannah. I don't wear vests. Not even when it's a bit chilly, no, no. No. No, I know, isn't it? I've never suited a vest or a cardigan. I can't really wear a cardi either. Well, no, if I wear a cardigan, people start asking me if I can christen their babies or marry them. I get very, dearly beloved, I do. I fasten my fabrics on cotton boards with clear plastic clips like those that come with new shirts. Oliver, that's genius. That is genius, yes. That's a very good idea. Or the little quilters clips would work as well, wouldn't they? Or you can get little plastic paper clips too. I do think you want to avoid long-term use of metal with fabric because it can rust. That's why I say good quality pins. But even then, I wouldn't leave them in for too long. Thanks for the tip, Oliver. Right, let's move on. Let's move on. Right, a few things I want to share with you. One of them is the bobbin winder. The bobbin winder. Hemline bobbin winder. These are a bit brilliant and the price is incredible. We're going to crash the price as well, which is even more incredible. Less than £20. So this is great for winding bobbins without having to unthread your sewing machine. You get everything that you need, including a thread mast, space for your bobbin, you're going to pop your thread on here. It's telescopic, so it pulls up, okay? You're going to put the thread through this kind of take-up lever, wind it through your bobbin, wind it through the tension, by the way, the tension discs here, and then you've got your start-stop. I'm just going to see if I've got a reel of thread. I think I do. Let me see. Let me see. Yes, yes I do. Yes I do. Right. So, reel of thread on, okay. Then we're going to take it through the take-up. Now you have to just pass it through, okay. Then you've got your little thread guide here. All right. Then you want to floss it through the tension discs, exactly the same way that you would do when you're threading your sewing machine, okay? Then from there, the thread's going to go across to the bobbin, and you just want to wind it around the bobbin, okay? If you wanted to, you could actually just take it off and wind it round a few times just to get it nice and tight before you start, okay? And then once you've got it all on there ready, and look, there it goes, winding the bobbin. You see there? Just there. That's it. Brilliant. Winding up the bobbin. Very, very handy. Very, very handy, because then while your sewing machine is doing its work, you can be winding your bobbin up ready, because there's nothing more annoying than having to stop what you're doing to wind another bobbin and unthreading your machine to wind your bobbin. Quick and easy. You even get the batteries included with your bobbin winder, all for under £20. It's really rather clever. And of course as well, portable. So everything breaks down. Okay. You've got space to store bobbins there as well. everything breaks down. You can just pop that into your sewing kit, take it with you to workshops and classes. It doesn't get much easier than that, does it? Rather giftable as well, isn't it? Of course you can replace your batteries, but look, I mean, you get 3 batteries included. They're a few quid's worth, aren't they? Smashing. That's your bobbin winder. Right, let's talk kind of essentials, top tips from me. A multi-mat. I genuinely think everybody should have a multi-mat. They are so well thought out and designed. Simple, but just brilliant, do a brilliant job. You've got a padded, really well padded outer surface, ironing surface, big ironing surface, but also this is really good for blocking things like granny squares, small bits of knitting, socks if you're a sock knitter. Pinning out and blocking on here works brilliantly for small things. So you've got your ironing surface. Then if we go inside, you've got 3 more elements. You've got your cutting mat. Now this is a cut resistant cutting mat, all marked out in inches and half inches. But remember, don't use your mat for measuring. That's what your rulers are for. Your mat is for cutting. The lines are useful for lining up your fabric a little bit to keep it square, but only that. But absolutely fab. If you do foundation paper piecing, EPP, scrap quilting, small things basically, have this next to your sewing machine. You've got that ready. You can press, you can cut, you can press again. Now, next up, you've got, almost remember fuzzy felt? You've got this kind of felty, flocked surface. This is your design wall, okay? So you can put patches there, you can lay them out, you can stand it up with your patches on, look at your work, lay out your block ready to sew. It's not going anywhere. Or just keeping your fabrics where they need to be so that you can pick up maybe your half square triangles for piecing. Then, last part is your sandpaper board. Not for doing your nails on. This is for when you're marking around templates for, you know, piecing or for applique. But also, if you're marking the diagonal line on fabric for, say, half square triangles, you will know as soon as you go to draw the line, you put the pencil on and the fabric moves because of the friction of the pencil. Pop it on this and it won't move at all. It holds the fabric completely steady. I'll show you what I mean. If I put some fabric there, it will, do you see? It sticks to the board. So if I want to then draw a line, it's not going to move. Whereas if I'm trying to do this on the table, it's going to wrinkle and move, whereas on the paper, it's not moving at all. You're not paying £23.99, Hannah? Wow, wow. This is a great price. £16.99. You're saving £7. I genuinely find them so useful. I've got a couple and I have them next to my sewing machine all the time. You know, stick pins in the top of this, keep them handy, ironing on it. It's just a great all-rounder. It's a brilliant, brilliant price. And I love a sloth. I love a sloth. Don't they spend an awful... Don't you get some sloths that are so slow moving, they almost get like moss growing on them? Yeah. That is slow. I read the other day why koalas are always so sleepy. Do you know why they're always so... The plant matter that they eat is poisonous. and they basically poison themselves with it, and then they have to sleep. It makes them dizzy. They have to sleep through the effects of the poisoning, and then they wake up when they feel a bit better and then eat more. I don't know. Right, lots and lots of those in baskets. It is brilliant, absolutely brilliant. Right, next up, a few rulers. One of my favourites, I haven't demoed this for ages. I'm not going to be able to demo it today, but this is a brilliant one, the twist and stitch. Do you know what? I would like it next time if we schedule this when, and I know I'll do a demo of this. I need to do some sewing in advance to show it, but this is what you do. You literally just sew squares together, okay, and into a unit. Into a unit, right? Sorry. So you might sew, and it gives instructions for all different sizes of square. But you literally sew, let's say, for example, 16 squares together in 4 rows of 4 and sew a border around the outside edge. Gives you full instructions. Right, easy. Then what you do is you place the ruler over the top of your pieced unit, and you line up this cross that goes through here with your piecing line. So you've got 4 squares sewn together. This would be the joins. You put that over the top, and then you've got slots here and here, or you might use these outer ones depending on if you're using larger squares. And a bit like a stripology, you put your rotary cutter into the slot, cut, turn the ruler and cut. And that will remove this unit. So if you can see here, you've got the 4 patches sewn together and you've got the ruler over the top. Now this is sort of slightly oversimplifying it because you'd have more than 4 squares sewn together, but you're effectively putting it over the top. And then when it's cut out, it's this. Then you repiece those squares back together in exactly the same order, and it turns just ordinary squares into these windmills. I mean, it is quite amazing. Hannah, I don't know if you can just do a very quick Pinterest search for twist and stitch quilts, because there's loads of patterns, free patterns for things like Christmas wreaths, where it's a whole proper Christmas wreath with a bow, right? But it's all made out of these units, and all you do is sew squares together, and the patterns tell you where to place your different colours of square. And then when you cut it, there's pumpkins, there's snowman heads, there's hearts, there's all sorts of different patterns out there available. And vast majority are free. And actually, once you get the hang of it, it's very, very clever. But you can see, oh, well, definitely the Christmas wreath. Do you see that lovely Twister holiday? The Christmas tree. I love, actually, that one that looks a little bit like a multicoloured granny square with the black, the whole bed quilt. That's brilliant. These are all made, not the carpenter's square, but everything else is made using the twist and stitch ruler. I really like the way there's feet coming out the bottom of the Christmas tree. That's really fun. It's brilliant. It's brilliant. But this is such a cool ruler. It's such a cool ruler. There's loads and loads of different patterns that you can do with it. I'm going to have to demo this and show you, I think. I have demoed it before, though. Okay, right. Let's talk about some rulers. Serious stuff now. The specs have gone on. Let's talk about square rulers first of all. I'm going to go largest to smallest because if you can, get the largest ones first. Now, these have got little non-slip grips on them, but you can put more if you want. The little pink circles are non-slip grips. But the prices on these rulers are phenomenal. They're absolutely amazing. And they are well worth getting. They're all rotary cuttable. They're all 1/8 of an inch thick plastic, so they're all safe to rotary cut. They're designed to be used for rotary cutting. The prices are amazing. If you're just building up your tool stash, I cannot recommend square rulers highly enough. If you do patchwork and quilting or bag making, they are phenomenally useful. This is the 12.5-inch square ruler. Obviously, you've got all your markings on there, angles, all of your 1/4 of an inch, 1/8 of an inch increments as well, all clearly marked. For £11.99, it's a steal. It's an absolute steal. That's the 12.5. Right, the next one is the 9.5-inch square. I've got, I think, 4 different square rulers. It is useful to have different sizes. Obviously, everything you can do with the 9.5-inch square, you can do with the 12.5-inch square and more besides, which is why I say if you're only buying one, I would go for the largest. However, if you do a lot of fat quarter quilting, scrap quilting, or you generally make smaller half square, I mean, I'm not talking very small here. This would square up to a 9.5-inch square, half square triangle, which is huge. But, you know, it's useful, very useful. For under a tenner. You really can't complain at that. Now, those are both like 12.5, 9.5. This next one, this is a 6-inch ruler, but this is 6 by 6, not 6.5 by 6.5, okay? So I would use this to square up to 5-inch finished half square triangles. But because it's a 6-inch square, you could easily cut out your 5 7/8 or 6-inch squares to make half square triangles. These days, I tend to go with a 6-inch or a 5-inch or a 4-inch cut, then make my half square triangle, you know, draw the diagonal, sew either side and cut apart, and then I will trim to the correct size. It's worth the extra time to get really accurate, perfect half square triangles. So that's the 6 by 6 for £5.99. I mean, it's really, they're sort of pocket money prices, these rulers, aren't they? You can pay an absolute premium for rulers, and we sell premium rulers, which are definitely worth buying, but really, there's, you know, I can't argue with this price at all. This is a 5-inch square, and that is 5 by 5, no extra half-inch, 5 by 5. So use that to square up your 4.5-inch or 4-inch finished half square triangle, £5.49. I mean, I would say if you were going to get that, I'd get that because it just gives you an extra inch. And then the smallest one we have today is the 4-inch square. Now, this is actually super useful. And if you were buying 2 rulers today, 2 square rulers, I would get the 12.5 and I would get this. And the reason why I'd buy those 2 is because the 12.5-inch square, brilliant for backgrounds, big blocks, trimming down, sorting out my scraps into layer cake squares or whatever I want to do. Bag making, I could cut out a whole bag using a square ruler, easy. But the 4-inch I would use for squaring up things like my half square, quarter square triangles, scrap quilting, you know, that kind of thing, taming my little bits of fabric, because this is so manoeuvrable in your hands, quick and easy to use, and it's a really useful size too. So those would be my top 2. And I think, Hannah, combined price, was this £12.99 or £15.99? Yeah, £11.99. So the 2 of those for under £20. And that is a brilliant bit of extra kit. If you buy two rulers today, let it be those 2. your scrap quilting taken care of, and all of the big jobs that you need a big ruler for, done and dusted. They're great prices, aren't they? They really are. I'm a fan. I always say buy the best quality tools you can afford. However, if you're buying a range of things, that is a very, very decent price, and these are great quality. Okay, next up, template plastic, I think. We had some on earlier on. This is gridded template plastic. So this is a 1/4 inch grid. So this is particularly good if you want to make your own templates. So say, for example, you need a square that is 4 1/4 inches square and you like to use templates, or you want to do a equilateral triangle with sides that are 5 inches long. So if you do your 5 inches along there, use your regular rotary ruler to measure a 60-degree angle, draw a line up and a line down, you've got your triangle. You get two sheets of A4 for £3.99. Let's do the pin bundle. Is it all 4? So, this is a special bundle. You get right. So you get 80 colour ball pins, okay? So, general purpose, 1 1/4 inch pins. Easy to see, easy to grab hold of. They come in little tubs as well, which is really rather useful. Keep the tubs. Then you get long ball pins. So the ball isn't long, the pin is 1 1/2 inches, 1/4 inch longer. You get 75 of those in the box. The price is phenomenal. £10.96. You get the pearlised pins. These are 1 1/2, so these are the same as the long ball pins. Okay. 75 of those, so 150 of those, 80 of those, and then last of all, you get your dressmaker's pins, which are those kind of 1 1/16 of an inch, so just over an inch. You get 750 pins in there. We're going to do a very, very special price on these. Should be £10.96. You won't believe the price. £7.49. Wow. And that's, well, that's 150. That's 980 pins for £7.49. That's amazing. That is amazing. Great price. I like the fact that you've got 4 pots because you could gift them. You could quite happily gift those. Maybe a little Secret Santa, a mug with a little, maybe a nice little pair of scissors and a box of pins inside, maybe a little sachet of hot chocolate, little hot chocky, or a little fat quarter rolled up. There you go. There's your Christmas gift. All done. Cute. So what are we paying? Like £2.50? No, not even that. £1.87 a pack. Amazing. Amazing value. Right, next thing. I think every single quilter needs to try this, and then you'll see what the fuss is about. This is batting seam tape. This is from June Taylor, right? Oh, this is a Bosel one. They're fantastic. They're absolutely fantastic. Essentially, what you've got here is 10 yards of batting seaming tape or joining tape. So when we are making our quilts, we tend to buy a single piece of batting, layer up our wadding with backing and top, trim off the edges. Make sure you've got a few inches spare on each side. Do our quilting, trim it down and bind. Now, often we end up with a long strip that we cut off one edge, or it might be an odd shape or whatever. There's usually some leftovers. What do you do with them? Most of us, we throw them away. We keep them because we've paid for them, but we don't ever actually use them. And sometimes you just buy a big piece of wadding and then you make a small quilt, and there's quite a big chunk, but it's not quite big enough for what you need. Well, this is where batting seam tape comes in. Now, this is a possibly controversial opinion, but I'm giving you my opinion, which is if you are going to join your batting together, what you would do is you would butt the edges together, never overlap, because otherwise you're going to get a ridge and a thick lump, which you will see in your quilt, and you will wish you hadn't done it. So you butt them together. If you're going to hand sew them, you feather stitch the two pieces together. It takes quite a long time, but it is a flat joining hand stitch that you will do, okay? I would say do not zigzag stitch. I know a lot of people say, just run them through your machine, do a wide zigzag. That wide zigzag compresses the wadding and you will end up with a little dip, a little valley. And it will show in your quilt. It does show. You will see the dip. I wouldn't do it. I don't have time to hand stitch my batting together. Batting seam tape takes seconds. So it looks a little bit like a roll of net curtain, plain net curtain. It is a very fine polyester tape, basically. We'll show you a picture. That's what it looks like, yeah? It's got a fusible, gluey dot matrix on one side. You butt your wadding together so it lines up really nicely. Lay the batting tape on top. I personally would put a pressing cloth over the top and then you iron. The pressing cloth will just protect the seaming tape and your batting as well. And you just iron. It will fuse the layers together. You only have to do it on one side. You will not be able to see the join. It takes seconds. It will allow you to use up your bits and bobs of wadding and turn them into a usable piece of batting. And with that, you can actually turn 1/2 metre of king size width batting, which I think we sell for what, £7.99, 1/2 metre. That would be about 124 inches or so wide. If you cut that into 3 pieces, that's 40 inches wide. Do 2 joins. You have now got approximately 40 by 60. That is a crib wadding for £7.99. Phenomenal value with a little bit of seam tape. And that's if you're buying it. But if you've got those scraps, then it kind of costs you nothing. Yeah. You make what we call a Frankenbatting. If you've got Wheel of Quilting Volume 1, I described the whole process in that volume. How to basically turn your wadding scraps into a queen or a king size wadding, if that's what you need. Brilliant stuff, brilliant stuff. Well worth spending £10.99 on. Right, next thing, a couple of real bargains here from Needle and Bear. I've got quilter's clips and I've got curved safety pins. We'll do the quilting clips first. So it's a box of 50 and you get a plastic box to keep them in for £6.99. It's mad. That's great value. When quilter's clips first came out, in fact, if you buy Clover quilter's clips, I think you get about 15 or 20 for £6.99. You're getting a pack of 50 here for £6.99. Phenomenally good value from Needle and Bear. Lots of you multi-buying these. I'm gonna open this pack because I want to show you the box you get. Look, it's a proper storage box to keep them in. Fab. The thing that a lot of people miss on these is you actually have the flat side on top, not the coloured side. You have the flat on top, and if I clip it on here, you might be able to see it better. Can you see the straight lines? Can you see the straight lines there that are etched in? Yeah, they are seam guides. They're actually seam guides. So you place it like so, or wherever you want your seam, the width of your seam, to mark your seam allowance. If you were to buy Clover mini clips, this is what you'd pay. This is our website. This is a box of 50 Clover Wonder Clips, okay? I think it was Clover who brought these out first. 50, £32.99. This is a box of 50, same number, from Needle and Bear. Same size, in a box, £6.99. I always say, buy the best tools you can afford. However, there is a limit to what I would spend on something which I will probably drop, probably misplace, probably lend and never get back, probably stand on and break, which I do with alarming regularity. I think for something which I would almost see as a consumable, I would rather spend £6.99 buying these, not because they'll wear out faster than the Clover, but because I will lend them, I will lose them, I will misplace them, and I will tread on them, whether they're Clover or Needle and Bear. So yeah, they do the same job. We offer them both. It's totally up to you. There are times where I would always buy a top brand sewing machine needle. I would never compromise on that. Quilters clips? Nah, I'm all right with that. I'm all right spending £6.99. Okay, the other thing that I would definitely spend my money on would be curved safety pins, these Needle and Bear. I've told this story many times. I've still got my original curved safety pins that I bought because they cost me a fortune. An absolute fortune. I think they cost me about £5–6 for 30, and I had to buy about 300. You need about 300 curved safety pins to pin a double or a queen size quilt, okay? This is 100 in here, but you absolutely need at least 3 packs of these. Okay, for if you pin your quilts together, because you shouldn't be able to put a clenched fist anywhere on your quilt without touching a pin. Okay, and I love this. Ian, who sometimes messages in, did exactly this and put a picture on his Instagram of him measuring out the space between his pins. And that is how you make sure that the fabrics don't shift when you're quilting it. If you put one pin there and one pin there, all this space in between is going to shift and move while you're quilting. So use my fist rule and you won't get that wrinkling. Okay, £3.99 for 100. It's going to cost you less than £12 to buy 300. It cost me so much more than that 25 years ago to buy them. I mean, I've kept them, I look after them. Oh, Ian has messaged in actually to say, I do love a pick and mix quilting accoutrement hour. You just put that in to test whether I could say it, didn't you? Accoutrement. Accoutrement. Oh la la. Yes. C'est vrai. Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. And you want curved safety pins so they go in and out in one easy movement. You don't want to have to start pushing the quilt to try and get the pin up. Right, they're going to sell out. Wooden seam roller from Needle and Bear. At Festival of Quilts, my stand was actually opposite Needle and Bear. I love their stuff. You know, here's the silly thing. I went over and I bought loads of stuff from them because they're brilliant. I should have bought it from Sewing Street because I would have got a better price. You get a better price from Sewing Street as well. But I was there, they were there. You know, I stocked up on my rotary blades and things, but I should have just got them from Sewing Street. But wooden seam roller, fabulous. English paper piecing, foundation paper piecing, bag making with things like vinyl, PU, anything you can't iron with an iron, or you just don't want to have to keep getting up to do your pressing. I finger press a lot of seams, quick roll there, you're done. You don't need to use the iron. For £6.99. And I do love a bit of treen, don't you? Anything made out of wood, and this is all wooden. So it's gonna last. It's just a lovely thing. Fiona's message to say she does love her twist and stitch ruler. She says it's interesting to do. I made a pouch recently with a 2-inch square. There were a few choice words said when I nearly put the ruler upside down. Well, yes, you've got to be careful. Got to be careful. Yes, yes. No choice words. Right, next up, Fiskars. We were talking about these. We're doing a rag edge quilt in the next hour, which involves lots of snipping into seams to get this fluffy edge. Now, you can absolutely do that with a regular pair of scissors, but it is a squeeze and an open action. There's quite a lot of this going on to snip all of those seams. With your spring-loaded scissors from Fiskars, it automatically retracts. So really, really useful to get. These are beautifully sharp, beautifully ergonomic. Not just for snipping into seam allowances, of course, dressmaking, quilting, bag making, just a gorgeous pair of scissors, but with that added bonus of the spring loading. I won't take them out, but they have that little lock as well. Ciseaux de couture. Ciseaux, ciseaux. I do love that. Ciseaux. Mais oui. Right. I do have a bundle of needles. Oh, yeah, really useful. Really useful. Great price as well. You've got, oh, sorry, look at that. Right. So you've got soft sculpture doll needles, you've got doll needles, and you've got long doll needles. These are also great for home decor. I love doing buttoning through cushions, through bolsters, as well as upholstery. Headboards, stools, that kind of thing. Doll needles are the lifesaver. They're thick, they're long, they go through foam. Or if you're making dolls, teddy bears, joints, eyes, anything like that, you'll be so glad that you've got your doll needles. You may only use them occasionally, but trying to struggle with regular needles, you will wish that you had bought doll needles when you saw them, and you're not paying $11.97. You're actually going to get these, all of them, for $5.99. For $5.99. You get 6 of these, 5 of these, and you get 2 of these. Doll needles, Susie. Perfect. So useful, aren't they? Oh, yeah, absolutely. So useful. And you think, why didn't I just buy the doll needle? So it was a few pounds.
Yeah, they're worth having for the just in case moments.
Yeah. Yeah, it's true. It's
Yeah.
true. Like I say, I mean, I occasionally make soft toys. It's not a regular thing for me. If you're a regular maker, I mean, they're a given. But it's more the home deck, the soft furnishing applications for me. They're really sturdy, for one thing, really long as well. Even the short ones are really long. So for getting through thick layers, absolutely brilliant. And the price is amazing, isn't it? I think I paid £1.99 for one long doll needle. And I mean I'd seen them before and I thought, oh, it's not worth buying that for £2. I'm not going to buy one needle for £2. When will I use that? Ugh. The struggle of trying to use a regular needle. The struggle is real, believe me. No, brilliant, brilliant things. Loads of you going for that. Loads of you going for that. Now, just a warning. After the break, we're going to be talking a little Christmas. It's gorgeous. It is the Santa suit quilt with storybook, everything included. The price is phenomenal. We might just dip into the book as well. It's so cute. It's double-sided as well. You literally just have to add thread. That's it. That's after the break, plus more besides. Please don't go anywhere.
A little tip for when you're measuring yourself, either for making a pattern or for buying shop-bought clothes. Take a piece of elastic, because it's really important to find where your natural waistline is. All you do is you just tie it around yourself. Doesn't matter how tight, because it's not going to be a waistband or anything like that. You just tie it around your waist, like that, and then leave it for a little while and move around, do a bit of exercise, do a bit of housework, do a bit of tidying up. And when you come back, right, this will be in your natural waistline. So if you're drawing a pattern, every single line emanates from your waistline. And if you're buying clothes, you will get your natural waist size. For example, this is my natural waist and I measure 41 here, but I buy 36 jeans. So which one's right? Not the 36. My natural waist is a 41.
Oh, hi everyone. Nice to see you. I hope you can join us on Thursday the 20th. That's this Thursday the 20th, with the lovely Stuart Hillard will be joining me. We have 3 House of Alistair shows. Now the show times are 8 and 9, 10 and 11, and then last orders will be 12 till 1 p.m. This is no ordinary day. We have 3 full-on sales. This is our summer sale. We've got autumn winter ready to come into the warehouse. As you can see from behind me, we've got brand new stuff that you've not even seen before that will be going straight in. Now it's all going in at 50%, not up to 50%, but full 50% off. It's fast as fingers first. It will be high pace. Please, please, please set your reminders. I will see you with Stuart Hilliard on the 20th. Grab yourself some bargains.
My loyal subjects, it is with a heavy crown and a light heart that I address you once more upon this momentous occasion. I am not a man confined to a single day of birth, no. Upon Sewing Street I have been graced with multiple birthdays. And so it is my royal command that this Friday shall be proclaimed an official John Scott birthday celebration. Let it be recorded in the annals of crafting history. Upon this day I decree the following: that official birthday deals shall be bestowed upon all who seek them. That we shall welcome the launch of Kerry Lord's splendid new book, a work most worthy of your attention. And that we shall be joined by the illustrious crafts of Pinflair, Toft and Amber Makes, each a treasure in their own right. Therefore, let all who hold a needle, a hook or a glue pen make their way to Sewing Street this Friday. And let us remember, though my birthdays may be many, my appreciation for you is boundless. God save the stitches.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 AM till 1 PM on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street.
Join us in store, the Crafter's Companion in Evesham. You'll be able to shop dedicated collections from Sewing Street, Jewellery Maker and selected brands featured across Hobby Maker, all under one roof. Why not make a day of it? With a coffee shop on site, you can relax, browse and enjoy everything the store has to offer. And incredible prices on the products you love. Whether you love sewing, jewellery making or papercraft, there's something waiting for you at Crafter's Companion Evesham. We can't wait to see you there.
Are you sitting quietly? Then I'll begin. I'm not going to read you the story because it's not Christmas Eve, but look, proper hardback book, the Santa Suit quilt. And when you dive in, it is just lovely, beautifully illustrated. Mrs. Claus was cooking breakfast when Santa came home from his long night of delivering Christmas presents. Every year, she and the elves would wait to hear all about Santa's adventures. Heading over the plains of Africa, I think there, and the North Pole. Wow. But just beautifully illustrated, something you can share with little ones or not so little ones. And the quilt is actually part of the story, making the quilt. There is the quilt you are making. So imagine sharing this story with someone and then giving. This is the actual quilt from the book. The actual quilt, which means that this is the actual bit of Santa's suit? Maybe? Is it? Could it be? I think that could be really fun on Christmas Eve, couldn't it? To share that story and then gift that quilt. Now, in your kit itself, you have got the essential piece of Santa's suit, integral to the story and something very special in the quilt. You have got all of your fabrics. Now, these are all pre-cut, so you don't need a rotary cutter or a ruler or a cutting mat to start or to make this quilt, because everything's cut ready. So if you've got a sewing machine that will sew a straight line, you can make this. It's totally beginner level. All of these characters are from the actual book. So when you're looking through this book with little ones, they can actually see their quilt in a book. Can you imagine? So you've got all your fabrics pre-cut. That is for the front and the back of the quilt. Okay, it's reversible. It's double-sided. You also get, now this is white flannel fabric. This is all cut to size as well, exactly the right size. So rather than needing to buy quilt batting and start cutting it up or dealing with the thickness, you've got this. This is your middle layer. This is your warm, fuzzy layer. So you've got those all cut, ready to go as well. A big old stack of those too. So you've all of your fabrics for the front and the back, your special Santa suit fabric as well, all of your wadding. It's not wadding, it's flannel fabric, but it's acting as your wadding. You get your full instructions for making the quilt as well. You get your book, your hardback book. Okay, you're also getting, everything comes in a lovely box. You also get a special label there, the Santa Suit Quilt, special delivery for Made with Love by, and that's like a card tag that you're going to be able to put. I would put this in a lovely gift box, or you could even put it in that box. You could cover that box with wrapping paper as two separate pieces and then give the quilt in there. But what a phenomenal gift. Now, over a third of the stock's already gone on pre-order at $64.99 because this is a fabulous quilt. Complete, the concept, the idea, the magic of it all as well with the story is just brilliant. At $64.99, but we're taking the price down. Why not? Makes it really affordable and really accessible. $54.99 for that. It's fab. Susie's going to show us how to make the whole quilt. Now, the whole quilt, well, actually, you're not going to make the whole quilt, but how long did it take to make the quilt?
I made it in an hour and a half.
90 minutes, start to finish.
Yeah, well, not all the ragging. That took a bit longer. But assembly, hour and a half. Yeah.
Did you put a Christmas movie on while you were making it, Susie?
I did, actually.
Go on. Which one?
I think it was Klaus.
Klaus.
Yeah.
Love it.
Yeah.
Klaus.
Yeah.
No.
I mean, I just love them all.
What's your favourite Christmas movie?
Oh, no, I've got too many. They all make me cry, so, yeah, I love them all.
Elf. Elf?
Yeah, I saw that for the first time. Do you think? Oh,
I love it.
yeah.
I just love it. Elf.
They're just timeless, aren't they? They're all good fun. And that's
Die
what
Hard.
it should be.
Die Hard.
Interesting choice.
Set on Christmas Eve. Wow. Okay, I need to let you know that when everyone's checked out their baskets, I've got low double figures left already. Low double figures already. This is, now, quilt-wise, size-wise, your quilt is the perfect size for little ones to snuggle under. The quilt itself, hang on, it's on the box. The quilt is 38 inches by 46 inches, so absolutely perfect for little ones to completely snuggle under. Older children, adults, can put it over their knees, around shoulders, over your laps when you're watching a Christmas movie.
Yeah, and for a first baby or a little toddler, it's ideal size as a play mat.
Yeah.
And everything, because it's all cotton, so there's nothing they can harm with. It'd be lovely, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Because you don't, if you want to lie them on it, the ridges of the rag might be too bulky. Turn it over, they've got a smooth side.
Got a smooth side. Would you just pull it right back so we can see that the back, look, is still all the beautiful fabrics? It's amazing value, isn't it?
If I can, I'll flip it. There you go.
Absolutely amazing value. If you've just joined us, this is the Santa Suit quilt, and it's such a fun concept. Here's where it starts. You've got a beautiful box. Inside you have a hardback children's book called The Santa Suit Quilt. The story is about the making of a special quilt for Santa, and all of the fabrics and the characters in the book are the actual fabrics you've got to make your version of this very quilt out of. So when you're reading this story to the recipient of the quilt, their quilt is in the book. Their quilt has been on Santa's lap, hasn't it? This is the magic. Then in the kit, you get all of your pre-cut 100% cotton fabrics for the front and the back of the quilt. All these beautiful Christmas fabrics. You've got this piece of, now, is this from Santa's suit? I think it could be. I think this is a piece from Santa's very suit. You've also got all of your squares. This is pre-cut white flannel fabric. You're going to use this as your wadding, okay? This is going to go inside the quilt. It's already pre-cut. You make everything in squares. It's so quick, so easy to do, totally beginner level. You get full instructions. You don't need a binding. The edge of the quilt is also snipped into and raggy, so the whole thing can be made. You made it in an hour and a half, yes, right? Now, when everyone's checked out their baskets, I've got 10 kits left. That's it. $54.99 to make a whole quilt. You will need to add a reel of thread. That's it.
Yeah.
A reel of thread.
Yeah. And a good pair of scissors.
Good pair of scissors. Sharp.
Very,
to the
very
point.
sharp to the point. Yeah.
Sharp to the point.
Yeah. But that's all
That's
you
it.
need. That is all you need.
Straight line sewing.
You can, it's straight line to join, but you can go to town on the quilting if you want to. Use some of your fancy, a serpentine stitch, whatever you fancy.
You're going to show us how to put these blocks together. I just want to make sure that everybody that wants this very, very special kit gets it, because we have literally got a handful left. There's a lot of you multi-buying. Maria, the website keeps crashing when I'm trying to check out. Okay, we haven't heard that from anyone else, Maria. I'm sorry that's happening for you. It does happen sometimes. Apologies. If you want to bypass that frustration, call our call centre, 0800 001 4433. It's a free phone number. And they're in the building with us, and check out that way. Apologies for that. But yeah, I just want to make sure that if you want this very, very special kit, $54.99, I just want to make sure that everyone gets it, because lots of you are going to miss out. This is your chance to check out your basket. Normally it'd be okay just to wait a bit, but on this, no, because it's going to sell out. You do get your hardback book as well. Now, I know a lot of you are multi-buying, and I think, Susie, that's because everyone's going to want their own quilt, right?
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, what a great Christmas Eve thing to do as well. All sit in your matching jammies with your Christmas quilt, snuggling up, watching a Christmas movie or two or three, with a hot chocolate, marshmallows, all the rest of it. Perfect.
Totally agree.
Sorted.
Yeah, totally agree with that. And if you want to explain the square of Santa's suit being in 3 different quilts altogether, what I would do is actually, I would put a little bit of your own fabric in. I would cut this maybe into 4 pieces, piece that square into the middle of another patch, and say, you know what, I only had 1 square of Santa's suit, so I cut it up so you all had a little bit of Santa's suit in your quilt, and then we're all happy.
Yeah, you could even applique that on with an oversized blanket stitch or whatever. Yeah, so it really looked like it was hand-stitched on there.
And mended.
Yeah.
Sandra's messaged, I've ordered this quilt. It's beautiful, I love it.
It is, it's such fun to do.
It's really fun
Really
idea.
fun idea, and all age as well. So, yeah.
And the fact that
pleased
you've
that
got
everyone
your
else likes it.
storybook.
I know, and it's so nice to be able to do that as well.
I can't reveal the final pages. I
No,
just,
don't.
I
No,
can't.
don't spoil
I
it.
can't.
Don't
But isn't it
spoil
a
it.
beautifully produced? Isn't it a beautifully produced book? Whoops-a-daisy.
And it'll appeal to a multitude of ages as well.
Oh yeah.
It's not a tiny person's language. You can, I mean, you can see it being read to anyone, to be honest. It's
really
just fun. It's just fun. Yeah.
I mean, we do The Night Before Christmas every
Oh,
year
I love
at
that
home.
poem.
And just, yeah, you are never too old to enjoy that little bit of Christmas
Absolutely
magic.
not. But that's what it's about, isn't it? Shame we don't have it all year round.
Yeah, but actually, if you don't have grandchildren, you think, well, you know, I think actually to make this, the quilt, and gift it with the book
Yeah.
to, it could be a shelter,
Yeah.
it could be a food
Linus.
bank, it could be something
them.
like quilts for care
Yes.
leavers or Linus.
Yeah.
G has asked a question. Do you have to have the raggy side? Can you display smooth side up? I'm a new
Absolutely.
patchwork sewer.
You can have it however you like. If you don't like the raggy side, I mean, my husband doesn't like the raggy side. He prefers the other side. So you just use it whichever way round appeals to you. But the rag-edged style is a very quick method of quilting. It's a really quick production line, if you like, for quilting.
And it's sort of charming and cuddly and
It
cosy,
is, and it
isn't
looks loved before it starts,
Yeah.
doesn't it? This one has been through the wash once.
Yeah.
The more you wash them, the more you love them, the better they look. They need that worn, ruffled appearance.
Yes, yes, you've got to encourage that.
Yeah.
Christine's messaged in to say, morning, gorgeous blue eyes, and gorgeous Susie Duncan. Love the quilt. Isn't it super,
It's
Christine?
so fun, isn't it?
I think I missed Christine at Festival of Quilts. I saw a picture of her cuddling John, but I got no cuddle.
Well, that's rude.
I think, I don't know.
Maybe she ran out.
Did you? Who runs out of cuddles?
Well,
Santa doesn't.
no, he definitely doesn't run out of cuddles.
Right,
Right.
we're going to go to demo, but please, please don't get distracted and miss out. I've got this last few chances now. If you want to get the storybook and the quilt kit for Santa's suit quilt, you do need to check out. Right, okay, enough. Right, Susie.
Okay, so it's, yeah, great fun to put this together. You've got clear instructions in the book. Everything's cut for you, so that headache of cutting is gone. So this is a really good beginner-friendly, any age. So if you've got somebody embarking on their journey, can sew a straight line, they can do this. And it's a quick project as well. So all you're going to do is pick up the fabrics. Now they suggest in the book that you use the same fabric on the back as you do on the front, and you have a piece of flannel in between. If you want to mix that up, mix it up. You don't have to, but you've got the right numbers of pieces of fabric to do all that. So once you've done that, you then decide how you're going to quilt it. Again, they suggest you just do a cross formation on every square.
Straight line, but you could do serpentine
You
there.
could use a serpentine stitch. I mean, if you want to go fancy Nancy, go fancy Nancy and choose another one. If you want to use metallic threads, you could do that. That would be a bit exciting. I actually colour coordinated my thread to the square. So all the black ones, I used black thread. And the others I used, I think it was grey or white I used. But do whatever suits you. But you can chain piece them. So I've already put one through.
So
I haven't even bothered pinning because it's flannel.
505, it'll grip.
It grips, look, nothing moves. So I haven't pinned it, but if you want to have that extra security, you can use your pins, you can use your 505 spray, whatever you want. But
if
literally,
you need some 505, some friction pens for marking, holding everything together, we've got them both. Okay, but as you say, you could do without.
Absolutely, yep. And I did mark my lines with a friction pen, but again, you don't have to, you can wing it. But what I would suggest is you increase your stitch length, whatever you do.
What to?
I've put mine onto 3.3.
Okay.
I'm going through 3 layers and it's doing a nice even stitch.
So no walking foot required?
I haven't put a walking foot on. No, even when I got to the point where I was putting rows together, I didn't have my walking foot.
Cool.
So you can do this with any of your machines.
Really achievable, this, isn't it?
Absolutely.
I love it.
Well, you can see how quick you can assemble because I've just about finished.
You know, the
those
thing is,
3.
Susie, I think so many of us love the idea of gifting a quilt for Christmas.
Yeah.
Or something handmade. But it's like, oh, I just haven't got weeks, months, whatever, the time to do all of that.
Oh.
Or there's so many people I want to gift.
Yeah.
But this you really could.
Absolutely you can. And it doesn't matter if they don't quite align when you're putting it together, because the whole idea is that the edges are raggy. So it's fine. Yeah, don't do what I did last year and declared handmade Christmas on the 1st of December and then decided I was going to do a quilt for 5 people.
No.
So in 4 weeks I made 5 quilts and all the other gifts.
I mean,
don't
this
do that.
quilt,
Don't
yes.
do that. Start
this
now.
quilt you could, couldn't you? An hour and a
Absolutely.
half a quilt.
Yeah.
You know, and then
if I'd have had this, it'd have been a doddle.
Yeah.
But
all your fabrics, by the way, in the top and the back are 100% cotton. So all of these fabrics that you can see here are all 100% cotton. Okay. The Santa's suit fabric obviously is not. That will definitely be a sort of polyester or poly mix.
Yes.
Now there's a little bit of stretch. You know how many mince pies Santa gets through on Christmas Eve. So his suit needs to stretch. But when we're dealing with this, if you remember, you've got flannel. Your flannel is going to act as a stabiliser. It's not going to go anywhere. If you want to, you could put a couple of pins through that, but that really isn't going to go anywhere. Bit of fabric on the back and away you go. Now, there are over 70 of you with the kit in your baskets. Now, forget when you've all checked out, because we've gone way beyond that point. I've got 20 kits, physical kits left. Over 75 of you now with it in your basket. So there's just 20 kits left. Another 2 have just gone through. So if you want to get a hold of it, we're down to teens now. And this isn't when you've all checked out. This is right now. We've got teens left. So, yeah. Okay. Thanks, Susie.
That's all right. So once you've done all your squares, you then arrange them however you want. And you're going to start sewing them together. So I'm going to sew these 2 together, and then I'm going to show you another trick you could do for Santa's sack bit, you know, Santa's suit bit.
Yeah.
Make it a little bit different. So this uses 1/2 inch seam allowances for this, because then you'll get a really good rag. So if you haven't got 1/2 inch marked on your sewing machine foot plate, I suggest you get a bit of washi tape or one of those magnetic seam guides, low tack tape, any of that ilk. I know we do a tape that's got the markings on it, haven't we? Because then you've got an eyeball of where it's going to go.
Okay.
And I did drop my stitch down to 3.1 for this. You're going through 4 layers of fabric and 2 layers of flannel.
Yeah.
So you've still got quite a bulk there, so you can't go too low on the stitch length. And I'm eyeballing my 1/2 inch on this. But again, these you can, once you've got them in rows, you can chain piece them together.
Gosh, a different Christine has messaged on Facebook to say, last year I made 9 quilts, 12 Christmas stockings and lots of decorations as presents for Christmas. But I did start early.
Yeah.
January?
Yeah. I was going to say, I hope you did. Gosh, that's a good stash of projects for Christmas.
Over 100 of you with this in your basket. I've got 4. No, I've got 2 kits left.
Oh dear.
2 kits left.
Santa fights going on. So we've got 3 joined together, and now I've come to the Santa suit bit. So as Stuart said, you'd put the red velvet across, but I thought, well, I'm going to make this one a bit different. So there's no fights over whose quilt is whose.
Okay.
So I'm going to add a buckle and a belt. So I cut my square of red velvet in half.
Yeah. Santa suit has now sold out, by the way. Very, very well done if you managed to get hold of that. Really special. Well done. Just details on screen now are for Susie Duncan's tablet or book pouch kit. Now, you also within this get instructions for her adaptation to add the belt and buckle to your Santa suit quilt, okay? This is such a lovely project. You could put the book inside it, or any book. This could be any buckle and belt if you wanted. It could be a pirate. There's lots of ways you could adapt this.
Absolutely.
But you get the pattern for the tablet or book envelope wallet. You see, if you did that in green and then did like a brown, something like that, it could be like Peter Pan's.
Yeah, absolutely.
Couldn't
yeah.
it?
Yeah, it could. Or you, instead of doing the belt across, I also give you instructions for adding a loop, a button loop, or even snap closures. So I've given you every type, and I use them for holding my tablets, you know, my iPad.
Yeah.
Other ones are available.
Yeah.
Anything like that. But it's also just a lovely gift. It's a double-purpose gift wrap, and doesn't take loads of fabric. So
Music to my ears. I don't need to wrap it.
Well, I've offered to do your wrapping for you. I'm more than happy to do gift.
I must remember that.
Yeah, I love a wrap. Love to wrap.
Literally just going to turn up at your house on Christmas Eve and dump all my presents on your
absolutely
floor.
Fine. Yeah, that's fine.
Wrap that.
Yeah. As long as it's not an elephant, we're fine. Even though I'd relish the challenge.
So are you going to use the same technique that you've done for this buckle here?
I am.
On the quilt?
I am.
That's a lovely idea.
I thought we would mirror it and run it again, but I've just changed my thread to black because I wanted to coordinate. So all I'm going to do is I've cut a strip of black fabric and I've cut my square in half. So I know it's going to be too big at this stage, but that's fine because I can cut it to the right size afterwards. I always think it's better to assemble bigger than you need and cut down.
For sure.
Especially if you're a beginner, because then you're not worried about measuring everything accurately and sewing it accurately and all the rest of it. So I'm just going to use a 1/4 inch seam to do this. And I'm going to up it slightly because the velvet has got quite a bit of pile to it. So I want to give it a good shot. But again, it's a straight line sew. It's nothing major. It would be if I actually got my needle going in the right direction. Let's start that one again. It's all right, that was my fault. I started
Nanny,
and I
you're
wasn't
sewing
even on.
too fast.
I was, yeah. Ben's in my ear. Look at that, I missed it totally. Let's just quickly get that off.
While you're doing that, now, is this a little kit or is it, with instructions, right, I just want to mention that then. Look, red linen texture, black solid, 1/2 metre of each, plus a fat 1/4 of gold lame. You can make the whole pouch. You also get your pattern included for £17.97. I think that's fab. That's fab value. 1 metre of fabric in total, 1/2 metre of each of those, fat 1/4 of that, plus your instructions for £17.97. Catherine asks Stuart, Susie, does this mean that Santa may be trouserless or topless due to putting so many quilt kits together for the customers?
Well, I think it may be that we have borrowed a bit out of several suits.
Yes.
I think that he's got a few holes in a few places on all of his outfits.
Say. Yes, it's possible, isn't it?
So, yeah, we're getting there. This velvet is really slippery today. It is very slippery. It's not staying in place at all.
Now, if you want just the instructions on their own, you can. We'll give you the details. I do think it's worth getting it with the fabric, though, if you can. It's great value.
Right, there you go.
But if you want to get £5.99, Susie Duncan's tablet and book pouch instructions, £5.99. It's actually a lovely idea, that. I really like it. I mean, a lovely pouch, just generally, you know, just as is. A little press stud or a loop and button, something like that. But with the belt as well, it just adds a whole extra dimension, doesn't it? And I would say as well, speaking as an ex-primary school teacher, if you have a reluctant reader in your family, anything you can do that makes the process more special, a bit more fun, a bit more exciting, really, really makes a difference, doesn't it?
Makes them engage with the process. And that's all you want, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah.
Right, let's try this. I don't
So you're making a sort of sandwich with...
Yeah, so I'm just putting the black either side, but the velvet has moved, so we have to...
Digital download if you need it for
nicely.
Susie's pattern.
So,
Just watch your head, my love, sorry.
yeah, sorry. The velvet, it's when you're doing this bit, although I haven't trimmed yet, I'm just making sure that both the pieces of velvet are aligned so that they're straight, because obviously they're pre-cut, but my black isn't. But I am going to pin this, which is unusual for me, because I normally wing it. But the velvet is so slippy. It's beautiful though, it's so soft. It's like handling a cloud, which is really fun. But obviously this is an extra. Gosh, see, it's moved already.
Oh.
Crazy stuff. Right, you know what I'm going to resort to?
So maybe a little interfacing on the back of the velvet before
Would
you cut
stabilise it,
Yeah,
definitely.
do that.
And the other thing you could do is put the flannel on straight away, because the flannel would grip it. That would be the other option. Or you know that glue stick that we used in the last hour. Bit of that would have come amiss either. But anything that's going to help you. Sorry, I'm taking my time, which is unusual for me.
Christine says, Stuart, what are you going to make with all that lovely wool you got sent? Not jealous, not much.
Well, I've already put my order in for a pair of socks.
Oh, yes, did you see? Oh,
Yeah.
it's lovely.
So pretty.
You see, with that, I shall just keep it as a reference to all the colours that are available.
Absolutely.
But I'm going to ask whether Stylecraft might be able to do boxes like that for us here.
Yeah, that would be amazing.
Would you like that? The box of 32 different balls of different colours of yarn.
But what a lovely gift to give us a knitting, for a knitting group.
Yeah. And if you love colour work, I mean, of course, you want all the colours, but which I do love colour work, but
if you do like Nat and Knitter, how fab would that be to do that? Or you could do a joint thing where everybody just grabs a colour, knits a square or whatever.
My box.
Well, no, obviously not, but I have a feeling this is going to come up too small now, but we'll be fine.
We'll be fine.
We'll be fine. Now, when you're pressing the velvet, if you put the iron directly on that, you're going to get marks. So press from the back or with a press cloth over the top. I'm just going to go, and I have turned the iron down slightly. And I think this is going to be too small because it is, but that's okay. We can wing it.
We get the idea.
We get the idea. So I'd then trim that. The actual belt buckle bit is something that you can add separately anyway, because it's put together very easily. You're going to cut your buckle pieces. Why is that one smaller? Because it's that way around your needle. Or is it? No, it isn't. It is that way around. Why if I cut that one too? Oh, it's because I've cut the wrong bit. Let's do this quickly. Didn't do this very well, did I? What happened?
Susie,
So you need, I know.
You'll be on the naughty list.
I am on the naughty list. Oh, I'm always on the naughty list. Definitely. I don't think I've ever progressed off the naughty list. So let's cut this off and then I can use this bit.
We have got a little kit, incidentally, if you're interested, for the pouch. You get the pattern, you get your 1/2 metre of red linen texture from Macawa, you get 1/2 metre of black solid from Rose and Hubble, and you also get a fat 1/4 of gold lame, which is going to do a goodly amount of buckles.
A goodly amount? That's
goodly amount.
I like that.
A plethora of
buckles.
A bounty of buckles. There's lots you could do with this pattern. You could do pirates, you could do fairies, you could do Peter Pan, you could do kind of almost woodlandy. And of course as well, the surface itself kind of lends itself very nicely to a plique or little embroideries, all sorts of things.
Yeah.
Personalisation.
Yeah, so I'm going to stick with that. So this, and this gold lame fabric sews really nicely.
Oh, good.
Well, it's not one that you have to, you know, struggle with. And even better, Stuart, you can put an iron on it.
You can put what, sorry?
You can iron it.
Oh, that's good to know.
And it's fully washable.
Low?
I ironed it on the same setting as I do my cotton, and it was fine. And even on the top, it was fine. So all I'm doing is sandwiching a little bit of black in between 2 pieces of the gold. And then we're going to trim, no we're not, we're going to press those. And I pressed in towards the black just to give that bit in the middle, which is supposed to be the belt going through, just to give it a bit of bulk. But yeah, it pressed perfectly.
Oh, yeah.
And I can put it this side as well, and we're all good. So that's that. That's how I managed to burn my fingers.
Don't do that. Wendy's message, she says, I'd say that Mrs. Claus has to regularly make Santa new trousers because of the mince pies.
Yes, I suspect that there is a lot of that goes on. Plus the fact, I can imagine that jumping down chimneys and in and out of a sleigh is not great for wear and tear on clothing.
Right, absolutely. You see, personally, I think Christmas, yes, feast, lots of mince pies, the whole shebang. But the rest of the year, probably, you know, lots of walks, healthy eating, puddings are just an occasional treat. Just imagining there, you know?
Yeah, yeah, I think that is definitely the imagination gone wild.
Well, you know.
Yeah. I've always said that it's funny how they don't sell mince pies all year round, but it's probably a good thing, isn't it? Because we'd all be very big.
Them.
Yeah.
I absolutely love mince pies. I can't resist. Once when I was a teacher, I shouldn't really tell you this story, but I will.
You can now.
When I was a teacher, I had, you know, the store cupboard in my room, which was great, and I bought a box of 12 mince pies. 12 mince pies.
Right. Okay.
Put them in my room. Well, literally within about, I'd done the register and the children started the first lesson. That was it. I was in the store cupboard, ate a mince pie. Just going to get something, you know, came out, did a bit more teaching. Then I was thinking, one's a bit small, isn't it? I should go back for another. Back in the cupboard, ate a second mince pie. In the course of that day, I ate them all.
That is atrocious.
I ate them all,
Yeah.
and I never bought and took them into work ever again.
That is bad.
I was appalled with
Yeah.
myself.
No, that isn't good, I have to be honest. So I've assembled the top of my belt,
Yeah.
buckle. So all I'm going to do is bag that out by putting a backing on it, and then I'll sew all the way round but leave a small turning gap.
Okay.
And then you turn it through, press it, and you'll see on that one what it looks like. Save me doing that,
Yeah.
although we've got time. Because I want to show you how to finish assembling the quilt and the snipping process. And then
Yes.
I hand stitched it onto that loop.
Oh, okay.
And I will hand stitch it once I've got this one in place. Now for this one, rather than do a cross, I would do straights
Yeah.
along the belt line, so it looks like the stitching on a belt.
Yeah.
Just to hold it in place, because you do need to do something. And then when you come to put your layers together, if I grab the one, here's one I did earlier.
Do you know, I'm just thinking, looking at Santa, because he is actually wearing that very belt
Yes.
and buckle. Look, you could even sew a black button
Yes.
just above.
You could.
It's those little points of reference where you can say to the children when you're reading this,
Yep.
look,
Yep.
it's actually, or they will say to you,
Look, it's
there's his
Santa's
button.
Yeah.
That's his belt.
You could just jazz it up and personalise it. And if you've bought a number of them because you're doing this for the family, then you could put an initial in one of the squares, just embroider their initial so everyone knows whose is whose, or mix up the array so they know. But when you come to put these together, so let me just grab this the right way round. So your next row, even if better if I put it the right way round, work with it with the raw side towards you. And when you come to match your rows, this isn't the right row to go on here. This one's the beginning, but I'll just show you the process. Open up these seams. You don't need to press them if you don't want to, but if you open them and align them, they align really easily, but when you stitch them with these open.
Yes.
Don't stitch them with them closed. So you're just going to line those all the way along, and I just put a clip on them as I go, and as I stitch. Remember, it's 1/2 inch still. And again, use some funky threads, and I used green at the bottom and red on the top, so it made it all different.
Nice.
And then once you've done all that, that's when you start snipping. So the snipping relies on a really good pair of scissors, whatever you want to use, but you are going to be doing a lot of this, so you need to be comfortable. And I would also say, don't aim to do it all in one hit, because you will get fatigue in your thumb joint after a while. But yeah, Stuart has an amazing pair of scissors that would take all that pressure away for you.
These are great, aren't they? These are Fiskars.
I need to get a
Easy
pair
action.
of these.
Yeah. Well, are you going to do a bit of snipping?
Yeah. May
Well,
I
try
them?
them with the. Yeah, of course you can.
Let me.
But you know, you only squeeze and then they spring release, so it's half the work, isn't it?
Thank you.
Have a go.
Yeah.
Nice and sharp to the tip.
They are. So when you snip, what I tend to do is fold it over, because you can choose to cut through as many layers as you like. But what you want to do is to snip at about 1/2 inch increments. Don't get a tape measure out and measure it, just eyeball it. But don't touch the stitching.
Don't cut through the stitching.
Because you'll be sewing it again. So I tend to stop slightly short, and I find that I can quickly move along. And you get into a rhythm, and it builds up across, and you can quickly do a row, and I do all my rows in one direction. You can see how quickly I'm going.
Yeah.
And then, exactly, bit of music on in the background of choice, whatever it is.
Probably not me humming.
Oh, I don't know. I went into a shop the other day and they were actually playing Christmas
Stop
music.
it.
Yeah. They had all the Christmas chocolates out. It was like, and it wasn't the Christmas shop. I
Oh,
promise.
Sue, if you're watching, I'm not ready for that either. I don't know if I can read Ian's message. It offends me. It offends me. He says, it has to be a puff pastry mince pie, not short crust.
Oh, I'm not going down that route. It's a big bone of contention in our family.
No.
Yeah, I'm not going there. When you come, because you've cut the seams open, at this point, I've just done it and not explained, make your first snip just below that seam line to release that.
Okay.
And then you can snip in. And that's when I fold it the other way.
Yeah.
And snip across. Now, I will warn you, because you've got raw edges, you will end up looking like a thread factory.
Fluffy.
Which is
Don't
fine.
wear your black polo neck and your black trousers.
And I would recommend that when you do it, wear one of Alice and Marion's aprons, because that's what I did. And then it protects my clothes.
Yep.
But then I just got up and shook everything outside. And I took the finished snippings, so this I then gave a really good shake. They are fabulous scissors, by the way, and I haven't got fatigue in my thumb at all.
Good.
Give it a really good shake. But the more you sit and do this with it, fluff it, put it through the wash and tumble dry is the best thing for rag quilts.
Yep.
We don't have a tumble dry, so it's sit and fiddle. They're
Fiddle
great.
with your quilt.
Fidget quilts as well. Yeah, fiddle with the quilt as you go. But the more you do that, the more fluffy this will come. The other thing is, once you've sewn everything, sew a 1/2 inch seam all the way round, because you'll want to rag the edge as well.
I was going to ask how you did that.
Don't leave the edge as it is.
So you still stitch around the edge?
I did a 1/2 inch all the way round and then snipped into it as well. So the whole thing is fluffy.
Gorgeous. I love it. I love it. Kate says, I suspect that Santa has to have a new outfit every year. And isn't it wonderful that he sold the fabric off his old ones to you?
I know.
I bet he donated the funds to the reindeer retirement home.
He did, indeed.
Love
yes.
that. Love that.
See,
Christine says, I don't really like shop-bought mince pies. I have my dad's recipe. I like that. I'm a purist too. I would much rather have homemade. But I have my dad's recipe, and homemade mince pies are the best. Unfortunately, they don't last long. They don't.
Well, that's because the elves come in and eat them, isn't it?
No, this elf comes and eats them. Yeah, you can keep that hashtag Ian Team Puff.
Have you ever
I
put
don't think so.
orange zest into the pastry mix?
No, I haven't.
That's quite good for a mince pie.
You see, I always make my mincemeat from Delia Smith's Christmas.
Oh, do you?
Every year.
Very good.
Which is lovely, and that has quite a lot of orange zest.
Yeah, it has. Yeah, I've used that recipe.
Oh, it'll be time to make it soon.
It will.
Yay!
I can feel a taste test coming on.
Yeah. Well, I've finished with my jam making now.
Oh, have you?
Oh, yeah. Did a lot of jam making. Pear and ginger, blueberry,
Nice.
raspberry, and apricot.
Oh, very good.
Yummy. So yeah, mincemeat next.
Yeah.
Oh, it's made me all Christmassy.
Christmassy.
this
Yeah, it
hour.
does though. I think this is a lovely little project.
It's gorgeous.
But equally a lovely gift. Unmade. If you've got a friend or someone in the family who wants to take up sewing, what a lovely way to get them to start.
I agree.
Really
I
cool.
agree. Now, this is nice.
What have we got in this box? I didn't open this box before. I
It's-
saw the
it's
glittery
Aurifil.
ones.
Will I open the box? Oh, I'm opening the box.
It's not gift wrap though.
I'm gonna have a look inside. I'm finding there's some thread. Oh, what a lovely sight. Oh!
All the colours you need for this quilt.
Stitch mass.
Look at that.
Stitch mass. These are not 50 weights, by the way.
No.
The graphic's wrong. They are cotton floss. These are cotton flossy. So you're going to use these a bit like Sashko thread. You don't split these, just use it as it is. Yeah. There is 16 metres on each
You can still
spool.
use them in your sewing machine.
Oh, can you?
Yeah.
In the bobbin or in the top?
I'd use them in the top.
Oh, right, cool.
Yeah.
Nice one. Yeah, I mean, it would be nice. You could just, if you haven't got a sewing machine, you see, you don't need rotary cutter, ruler, mat to make this quilt. You could sit and you could hand stitch the cross through, couldn't you?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Just a running stitch. Go one way and come back on yourself. You don't even have to do it as a back stitch. You could do whatever, you know. It's just a nice little project
It's lovely.
to have on the go.
$24.99 for those. 7 assorted reels. And they're on those lovely wooden reels as well.
Yeah.
I think at the end, when you've used all of that, you could turn those wooden reels into some kind of little Christmas decoration.
Oh, I definitely would. They would become little Christmas elves for my tree.
Oh, for goodness sake. Ellen's messaged in. She's totally dropped her husband in it.
Oh.
Well, I don't think this was her intention.
Oh, what, did he cut up the suit?
My husband has been eating mince pies this morning.
Excellent.
You tinker. Goodness me. And incidentally, where are mine?
Yeah, so rude, isn't
More
it?
to the point. Yes, yes. Judith uses Delia's recipe too. I've got her craving a mince pie now. Well, pop yourself round to Ellen's, unless her husband's eaten them all.
Yeah. I don't know if I can bring myself to do mince pies now.
Oh, I think possibly I could.
I'm making
Christine says
lavender shortbread this afternoon.
Oh.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're passing after you've baked.
Oh, okay, yeah. I'll just drop some round, shall I?
Oh, yeah, yeah. Love it. Love that.
Love, yeah.
Right,
Well,
this thread's about to sell out, by the way. Well done if you managed to get the Santa suit quilt set. Absolutely gorgeous. Can't wait to see those and pictures of the lucky recipients.
yeah,
for a
that'd
magical
be really
Christmas.
cute, wouldn't it? Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you could, just thinking outside the box, because I know what you are with gift wrapping. If you made the quilt, you could put the present you're gifting, if this isn't a gift enough, and just tie it all up like a big bundle with ribbon.
Yeah, oh
couldn't
yeah.
you? And that would be not only a wrapped present, but they get that. It's perfect.
And it's
solution.
one gift I don't have to bring round to your house to wrap for me.
Absolutely, I'm just thinking ahead.
Save yourself a job. Oh, absolutely gorgeous. What a
Yeah,
lovely hour.
it is.
Thank you so much, Susie.
You're
Do
very
you know when you're
welcome.
back?
I do. I'm back on the 7th of September with a new Liberty launch.
Oh, is it? Can you give us any spoiler?
I can. It's called Meadow Flowers. So guess what the theme is?
Oh.
And yeah, I'm just finalising my design for a quilt to accompany it today.
Gorgeous.
So yeah, very excited. You'll love it.
Send me sneaky pics.
I will.
Lovely. I will see you after the break. We've got 1 hour left. It's the brother hour. We've got the FS250. We've also got the MV1150. I'm going to be showing you how to use the side cutter foot and lots of functions on the machines as well. So if you've recently bought the machine or you're thinking about treating yourself, you won't want to miss the next hour. And also a couple of little hints about what we've got on tomorrow as well. So stick around. See you after this.
Missed a show on Sewing Street? Don't worry, you can catch up on all the action from the past week on our website. Just head over to sewingstreet.com and go to TV Guide and pick a day, then a show up to 7 days back from the Today tab. Looking for something older? Check out the Sewing Street YouTube page, where you'll find our full archive of shows anytime, anywhere. Stay inspired and keep sewing with Sewing Street.
My loyal subjects, it is with a heavy crown and a light heart that I address you once more upon this momentous occasion. I am not a man confined to a single day of birth, no. Upon Sewing Street I have been graced with multiple birthdays. And so it is my royal command that this Friday shall be proclaimed an official John Scott birthday celebration. Let it be recorded in the annals of crafting history. Upon this day I decree the following: that official birthday deals shall be bestowed upon all who seek them. That we shall welcome the launch of Kerry Lord's splendid new book, a work most worthy of your attention. And that we shall be joined by the illustrious crafts of Pin Flare, Toft and Amber Makes, each a treasure in their own right. Therefore, let all who hold a needle, a hook or a glue pen make their way to Sewing Street this Friday. And let us remember, though my birthdays may be many, my appreciation for you is boundless. God save the stitches.
Join us in store for the Crafter's Companion in Evesham. You'll be able to shop dedicated collections from Sewing Street, Jewellery Maker and selected brands featured across Hobby Maker, all under one roof. Why not make a day of it? With a coffee shop on site, you can relax, browse and enjoy everything the store has to offer. And incredible prices on the products you love. Whether you love sewing, jewellery making or papercraft, there's something waiting for you at Crafter's Companion Evesham. We can't wait to see you there.
Come and join us every morning at 7 a.m. on our webpage before we go live on the show. So make sure you log on to our website and go to the Watch Live page. At 7 a.m. each morning, you will see a selection of products, all with a special deal, which will be available for that hour only. And this will, of course, be included in your 1p&p each day. Enjoy an extra special early morning treat every day from 7 a.m. on Sewing Street.
The winner of this year's Search for a Star is...
It's Search for a Star here on Sewing Street. Do you love sewing and have a great imagination? Do you enjoy giving other crafters inspiration with your makes? We're looking for talented sewists to join the Sewing Street family and win the opportunity to become a regular guest on the show, giving you the chance to share your sewing wisdom with our viewers live on air. To enter, create a video in landscape up to 3 minutes, introducing yourself, and either demonstrate showing parts of a sewing project or show us how to master a challenging sewing technique.
Hi everyone, my name is Amber and I'm from Bedford.
Remember to introduce yourself speaking to the camera in your video. Send your videos to star@sewingstreet.com with the subject line of Search for a Sewing Star using wetransfer.com. Please make sure that the download link is valid for longer than 1 day, as the competition email address is not always monitored over the weekend. The closing date for sending in all of your video entries is Monday the 7th of September. We can't wait to meet you all. Good luck!
Oh, hi everyone. Nice to see you. I hope you can join us on Thursday the 20th. That's this Thursday the 20th, with the lovely Stuart Hillard will be joining me. We have 3 House of Alistair shows. Now the show times are 8 and 9, 10 and 11, and then last orders will be 12 till 1 p.m. This is no ordinary day. We have 3 full-on sales. This is our summer sale. We've got autumn winter ready to come into the warehouse. As you can see from behind me, we've got brand new stuff that you've not even seen before that will be going straight in. Now it's all going in at 50%, not up to 50%, but full 50% off. It's fastest fingers first. It will be high paced. Please, please, please set your reminders. I will see you with Stuart Hilliard on the 20th. Grab yourself some bargains.
Well, we are at our last hour. Where's this morning gone? It's been great fun. I hope you can stay with me for the final hour. We're looking at Brother sewing machines. So if you've recently bought or you're thinking about it, great hour for you. But if you want to pick up some tips and tricks along the way, stay tuned because I'm going to try and show you lots in this hour. We're going to start with the Brother FS250. But actually, I want to just leap ahead to the side cutter foot, because if you've already got your machine, this is such a brilliant extra. It's probably the only foot you'll ever need to buy as an extra if you get the Brother FS250, because you get such a full package. This is very much a speciality foot, okay? However, it's the kind of thing that any home decor or dressmaker would want, because effectively it's going to do almost the job of an overlocker, because it's going to cut the edge of the fabric while you overcast. So it's going to cut and neaten your seam allowances, which is what your overlocker does. I'm going to show you how to use it. So I've got my Brother FS250. Now, if you've got a Brother FS250, 130, 180, 210, 250, any of that, it'll fit. Low shank. NV1150, it'll fit. No problem, okay? So if you've got a modern Brother sewing machine, it will fit, but it is worth checking. Just Google it, it'll come up. So what I'm going to do, I just need to thread this machine up, which gives me a great opportunity to show you how easy it is to thread up. So, first of all, your spool pin here clicks away. I think this is so clever and smart. For a machine that you're probably going to take to your workshops and classes and round to friends, to be able to pop that away, I think is brill. I'm going to put my thread on. I want the thread coming off the bottom of the spool. Thread cap goes on. Try to make sure that the spool cap is as big or bigger than the spool of thread you're putting on your machine. See, I'm trying to give you as many tips as I can. When you go through this thread channel here, okay, you want to hold your thread like dental floss and ping it through, okay? Same when you're going through tension discs. Oops. And around we go, just following the numbers. And then finally, use the automatic needle threader, oops, to thread the needle. There we go. Right, all threaded up. Now, let's talk price. Brother FS250. On the Brother website, £849. Every day, any day, always £849. On the Sewing Street website, any ordinary day, £799. When I have it on air, we do something very special. We do something very special. It's £399. Now, I don't think I have all of the accessories here. No, I need the screwdriver, please. Yeah. Thanks. I'm saying I need the screwdriver. Actually, I don't for this. Sorry. I say this. I do this every time. You don't need the screwdriver. Right. Sorry. Apologies, everyone. Right. So all you're going to do is take the foot off. So I'm going to drop that foot away. Okay, and I'll pop it into the accessory box. And I'm going to grab the side cutter foot. Now, while I've got it here, I just want to show you, do you see at the side right here, what looks like a French guillotine blade? Every stitch you take sends that blade down to cut through the fabric, and it cuts against the metal plate. So I'm going to pop this on. So it clicks on like any other foot. The only other difference is that there is a little, oops, sorry. Sorry, I was doing it correctly, but I just wanted to check that I was doing it correctly. There we go. And it just clicks into place. Oh, gosh. I'm making this look hard, aren't I? probably just clicks beautifully into place. I'm obviously... Oh, there we go. There we go. Sorry. That was operator error. Right, it's on. Do you know, it's a lot easier if you're not doing live television. It really is. Right. OK, so that's all in place. Let's grab a bit of fabric. So I've got my piece. This is just calico, just using a bit of calico. All right. And at the moment, I've got a rather raw, raggedy edge, OK? Now, the side cutter foot will work with a straight stitch. It'll work with a zigzag. But we're probably going to want to use one of the overcasting stitches. And on your Brother FS250, there are a number of overcasting stitches. I'm going to pick stitch number 8. You've got different overcasting stitches depending on whether you're using a woven or a stretch fabric, so you can do all of those things. I always like to start feeding this with my hand and the wheel, just to make sure, there we go, perfect, that we've got it all started. I'm going to pop the foot pedal on. You can use the machine with or without the foot pedal, but I like to use a foot pedal. All right. And then we can start sewing. Ooh, press the foot down. And you just, let's speed it up. And what you should be able to see coming off the back is a strip of fabric which is being cut just like you would with an overlocker, and then the edge of the fabric is being neatened and overcast as I sew. Now, the difference between overcasting and overlocking is that with overlocking, you've got 3 or possibly 4 threads. With your sewing machine, you've only got 2, but the way the side cutter foot works is that it's removing the edge of the fabric literally just before you sew, so it really does capture all the raw edges in one go. Now I'm just keeping that piece of fabric, which has got wider as I go. I'm not making it for anything specific, so it doesn't really matter. All the way down to the end. And it's as simple as that. And when I pull my fabric away, and if I show you this now, and look what you can see there. I'll show you from both sides. So I've used a nice dark brown thread in the top, just so you can see that. And then on the reverse, I've used a grey, and it has captured all of the edges. You've got a proper neatened edge there. Now you could, of course, if you want to, buy an overlocker, which does a very lovely job of cutting and neatening the edge of fabric. The minimum you're going to spend on that is at least £200 to £300, probably more likely £400 to £1,000 for an overlocker. If you're going to do an absolute ton of dressmaking, then I would say, yes, absolutely get one. If you're going to do a bit of dressmaking now and again, you're going to do some cushions where you'll want to overlock the seam inside for washability. I would say if you've got a Brother sewing machine, get yourself a side cutter foot, because actually that's what I use most of the time. I've got an overlocker most of the time. I can't be bothered to get it out and thread it up. I'll just jump on my sewing machine and do it. Very, very easy to use. Right, what should I do with my glasses? There they are. Right, I'm going to take that foot off and let's get into the machine itself. Okay, so I'll pop the regular foot back on. That side cutter foot, by the way, not included with the machine, but goodness me, most other things are. Most other things. Right, so the side cutter foot, $39.99. It's a very, very unusual foot, actually. No other sewing machine manufacturers make them for their machines. And the side cutter foot, that will only fit Brother low shank machines. But if you've got a Brother machine, it's well worth getting. Right, let's talk Brother FS250. Now, I'm going to give you a little tour of the machine. Computerised, Brother, 3-year warranty. That's unusual, not for Brother, but it's unusual for sewing machine. 1 year is mandatory. All electricals have to have a 1-year warranty. 2 years, I think, is the kind of thing I like to see, because to me it shows confidence from the manufacturer. You know, it's not a kind of, oh yeah, 1 year and that'll have broken down. But actually, Brother give 3 years, which is fabulous and the kind of thing that normally you'd expect to pay extra money for. So you're getting a 3-year warranty. Here's what's included. Your machine, as you see it here now, you've got an accessory box with all of your regular feet. So all the usuals, all the basics. So your zigzag, your open-toed embroidery foot, your overcasting foot, your blind hem foot, your zipper foot, your button attaching foot, and your buttonhole foot. Okay, so they're all included in the accessory box with things like a quick unpicker and, you know, all those bits and bobs, some bobbins, stuff like that. Now, obviously, the accessory box comes off. That reveals the free arm. This is a free arm machine. So you have that capacity to be able to put a sleeve, or a hem over, trouser hem, or bag making. Really useful for that. While we're here at the back, you've got a little button there. Push that button, it will drop the feed dogs away. So now you can do free motion quilting, free motion embroidery, free motion applique. All right. With that extension table taken off, this is where we can install the table. The extension table. This comes with the machine. So you've got your extension table that slides on. It gives you loads of extra stable space, especially when you're doing things like quilt making, quilting, larger dressmaking projects, home decor. That extra table, it just supports your work and makes it a much easier job for you. You've got 3 legs that will support the weight, really stable, really firm. It's a fantastic thing. That table is an extra that's been added into the package. That would cost around £50 for that extension table. Again, for a machine that you are going to pay £399 for if you get it today. If you wait till midnight, it'll cost you £799. I'm going to take that off. Now, let's talk about the stitches that you get. You get 250 different stitches on this machine. Now, for a machine that's 800 to 1,000, 250 stitches would be a lot. For a machine that's under £400, it's unparalleled. You get the first 100 here. You've got all your utility. This is your bread and butter stitches. Straight, zigzag, lightning, triple, overcasting stitches for woven and stretch. You've got things like a blanket stitch, some lovely heirloom stitches there. There's that serpentine stitch I love for quilting. A few heirloom stitches for dressmaking. You've got 8 different buttonholes. It depends whether you're using a stretch or a non-stretch, a thicker fabric. Something like a keyhole buttonhole is brilliant when you're working through very thick fabric or you're using big buttons. So you've got all of those. You've also got your patchwork and quilting, 1/4 inch stitch. There, you don't need a 1/4 inch foot for a machine if your machine is clever enough to do a 1/4 inch stitch. This positions the needle 1/4 inch from the edge of the zigzag foot. So you can leave your regular foot on and sew a beautiful, consistent 1/4 inch stitch easily. Mock hand quilting. You've got some blanket stitch for applique. Lots of lovely decorative stitches. Next, you've got 80 different satin stitches, fabulous range of satin stitches there. You've got loads more decorative stitches, and then your final stitches are reverse pattern stitches. They've been flipped as if in a mirror. Now, that's your 250 stitches. Up top, you've got 3 full alphabets. You can program up to 50 characters into the machine. So if you want to make name tapes, labels, personalise, it's all there. Uppercase, solid, cursive, or outline. You've also got numbers, punctuation, and European accented letters. Let me show you how easy it is to program in something like that. Hi, lovely Stuart. Got the machine, it's great. Just can't figure out the writing. Changing letters for a name. Help. Of course, Abigail. Of course. There isn't a way really for me to show. We're going to try and be able to show you the screen. Or keep on banging myself in the mouth with my glasses. I'm not safe to be let out, I think. That's the bottom line. Right, I've got all tangled up like a kitten with a ball of wool. Right. Okay, so I'll talk you through it while Dan gets the cameras moved around and then I can actually show you. So on the front of your machine, I can show you a little bit here. On the front of your machine, you've got an LCD screen and that displays what stitches you've currently picked, okay? While Dan gets that set up, I'm going to turn this around and show you. Oh, you've got it done, ready. Brilliant. Okay, great. Right, here we go. So at the moment, we're in mode 1. And if you look across here, at the moment, we're in utility stitches and we're in mode 1 of utility. That's the first 100 stitches on the screen, okay? If I press this again, it's gone to number 2. So this is all number 1. This now is number 2. So this is my second 80 stitches. If I press it again, 3, this is now my last 70 stitches. So that's the top button. If I press this next button, A for alphabet. Right, I'm now in alphabet number 1, block capitals, solid. Press it again, I'm now in cursive alphabet. Press it again, I'm now in outline. So I'm going to go to block solid capitals, okay? Now, at the moment, because it says stitch 19 and it's telling me I've got 4 things in my memory, this has already got something programmed in, but I'm going to get rid of that by clicking on the minus button here. Minus 3 things, minus 2 things left, minus, minus, all gone now. The memory is empty. So if you want to empty the memory, it's this lower plus and minus, you minus, minus, minus until it shows 0. And that tells me there's nothing in the memory. Right, let's pick something short and sweet. Susie. Okay, Susie Duncan's been my guest. So let's do Susie. So the letter S is 19. So I've got 19. I need to add that to my memory. So I'm going to add 1 thing in the memory. U is stitch 21. 21, add 2 things in the memory. Z is 26, add. I is 9. And then E is 5. Add. So I've now got 5 things in my memory. S, U, Z, I, E. Now, I want a space. So for a space, I'm going to use 30. There's 1 space. And now I want Duncan. Okay? 0, 4 for D. U is 21. N is 14. C is 3. A is 1. And N is 14. There we go. Susie Duncan. Right, let's stitch it. Let's go. Right, so Actually, the best foot is the foot N. It's actually telling me in my screen, not the J foot. It's actually telling me I should put foot N on. So I've got foot N. It's all debossed. Can you see there? It's all debossed on the foot. It's letter N. So I'm going to clip that on. And let's stitch it. Press the foot down, and actually I'm going to do this without the foot pedal. You don't need to use the foot pedal if you don't want to. You can. It's got a start-stop button, so let's use it. Right, so away we go. So it's going to stitch the S, and if you watch here, it's actually going to tell me which letter it's doing, not by changing the number. Fourth character, fifth character, so that's the letter E. Then it does a space. Now the space it does like is a little stitch along the bottom, which you can trim away afterwards if you want to. If I was doing this for something special, I would draw a line on my fabric with a friction pen, and then I would keep that line straight along the edge of my foot, okay? Hannah, who was it who messaged in? I want to say Abigail, but I don't think it was Abigail. Oh, it was Abigail. Abigail, if you're watching, if this has helped, if it hasn't and you need more, just let me know. Press the foot up. We'll take this out now, and we have got now Susie Duncan. And obviously you can see these jump stitches where we've got a little thread. You just go in with a thread and snip those away. It's not going to unravel. And there is Susie Duncan. It's always worth putting a bit of interfacing underneath. A next message from Newport. She says, "Hi Stuart, I love my Brother FS250. My skills and confidence have grown with this machine. I also bought the side foot cutter foot too. Brilliant." Oh, thanks, Annette. Brill. Well, hopefully that helped, and that just shows you. Now, once you've done that, if you need to write Susie Duncan a lot, let's say you're doing name tapes for clothes, right? Literally, all you do is start again. You know, press go, put your foot on the pedal, and it will sew the whole sequence. When it gets to the end, it will do a lock-in stitch and stop. So if you want to do another row, you just take your foot off the pedal and then put your foot back on the pedal and stitch out the next line. So you could do 20 name tapes in less than that number of minutes. When you want to do something else, literally all you've got to do is go to the memory key, which remember is the plus and minus, sorry, here, minus, 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 and keep going until it goes to 0. And then our memory is empty. Yeah, please send the message. Yeah, if you want to, send the message. It's fine. Okay. Okay, fine, yep. So, one of our viewers has messaged in to say, I've got this machine. Could I make a quilt with it, or is it too basic? Hi, I've got this machine. Would I be able to make a quilt for my son's wedding on it? Thanks, Teresa. Yeah, 100%. 100%. Let me show you the stitches that you're probably going to use to make that quilt, okay? So you are almost certainly going to use stitch 46. Stitch 46 is 1/4 of an inch from the edge of the presser foot if you use the J foot. So you want to use the J foot, which is your zigzag foot. I'll pop that in. I'll pick stitch now. Remember, I've got to go to utility stitches, which is this button, mode 1, and then I want stitch 46. Right, so now it's position the needle 1/4 of an inch in from the side of the foot. All right, now if I get my fabric out, okay, so I'm going to be using this tomorrow. We have got the skinny pineapple trim tool back in stock. We'll have that tomorrow. Now, if I just put that presser foot down for a second, And what I'm going to do is I'm going to lengthen the stitch because I don't really want to stitch this. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to lengthen the stitch to the maximum, all right? I'm going to turn the speed down because I'm going pedal free. And I'm just going to stitch across this here. All right. That is your 1/4 inch seam allowance. That is a 1/4 inch seam allowance. Literally by lining up the edge of the fabric with the edge of the foot and using stitch 46, that is your 1/4 inch seam allowance. And it is really, really beautifully accurate. It's fab. I use it all the time. I never use a 1/4 inch foot. I don't need to, and I do actually find them unhelpful for a lot of sewers because they give a sense of invincibility. I don't have to think about this. I've got my 1/4 inch foot on. I'm just going to sew and I'll get my 1/4 inch. And the reality is that it's actually about where you line up your fabric. And if you've got the regular foot on, which you'll be used to using, and you keep the edge of your foot lined up with the edge of your fabric, you will sew a beautiful 1/4 inch seam allowance. And I think you might be happier with that than using a 1/4 inch foot. So that's one of the stitches you're going to use. The other one next to it, this one here, 47, is a 1/4 inch seam allowance from the other side of the foot, so from the left-hand side. Now, we wouldn't do that necessarily for piecing, but we might do that because we wanted to quilt a 1/4 inch away from a seam line. And in those circumstances, that could actually be very, very useful to have that. So that's another one that you might use. You've also got things like, sorry, I couldn't hear you because my talkback's gone off. You might use the mock hand quilting stitch. So this gives you the effect of hand quilting, but by machine. You use monofilament, sometimes called invisible thread, in the top, and then you use the thread that you want to show as your running stitch in the bobbin. Okay, so let's say, for example, it might be a navy blue thread, and then you sew from the top as normal, and it does a straight stitch which will appear invisible, okay, because you will see the monofilament on the top. Oh, sorry. It'll use monofilament on the top, and you get one little stitch. And then it will do 3 little stitches back and forth. And using monofilament in the top, it'll actually pull up the bobbin thread to the top. And you'll see this little blue stitch on the top. Then there'll be an invisible stitch and then a little stitch in blue. So when you look at it, it actually looks like a running stitch that's been done by hand. It's really clever. Right. You'll also almost certainly use the serpentine stitch, stitch 28, which is a great one for quilting. But most importantly, you get the walking foot included. You get the darning foot included. Both of those you're going to use for patchwork and quilting. You get a non-stick or Teflon foot included as well. Brilliant for bag making with things like vinyl, faux leather, oilcloth. And then for dressmakers, we've included the concealed zip foot, the invisible zip foot. Now, all of those 4 feet combined price, you're looking at around about £100 worth of value. You're getting those for free. You're getting your £50 extension table for free. This should be, you should get those things free maybe with a £1,500 machine. I'm glad that you do, but you shouldn't really get £150 worth of free kit with a machine that's costing £399. And you certainly can't get that anywhere else. You know, I have looked and looked and looked at other brands. I love all the other brands of sewing machines that are available. They're all fantastic quality brands. But if you want to get everything you could possibly need for under £400, there's nothing else like it. Ian bought the FS250. Do you remember the other week? I had one machine left. Well, Ian bought it. And he says, I bit the bullet and bought this machine the other week. I wish I had bought it sooner. I use it pedal free and speed control, game changer for a newbie like me. That's interesting. And the other thing as well, Ian, is the machine's absolutely going to grow with you. I know that you're sort of more or less at the start of your sewing journey, but you are already picking up quite a pace with your sewing and trying lots of different techniques, lots of different things. Ian's already made some complete quilts and some home decor projects. The good thing about your FS250 is it is going to grow with you, because this machine would suit an advanced sewer. Now, there's absolutely no reason why that should put off an intermediate or a beginner. I'm not saying this machine is overcomplicated. Ian's a beginner sewer and he is loving this machine. But if you're an advanced sewer, please don't think, no, I need to be spending £2,000 on a machine, Stuart, otherwise it won't have the features I need. This absolutely has those features. You've got your extension table, 250 stitches, a memory with a capacity of 50. You've got free motion quilting, you've got your darning foot, your walking foot, your non-stick foot and your invisible zipper foot as well, all included, plus that extension table. It also comes with a hard case as well. So if you want to carry it around, if you want to store it and you want to keep it safe, having that hard case is an absolute boon. Like, a lot of people do not have a special sewing room or even a special sewing table, and you're using the space that's available. Right, let's do a little bit more stitching. One of my favourite stitches to use for quilting, you can use it with a walking foot or without, is the serpentine stitch. It is stitch number 28. So, not alphanumeric, just tens and units. Tens, up and down, and units, up and down. So it's really, really easy to use. Please don't think computerized means complicated. Speed control, I'm using the start-stop button. Ooh, what have I done wrong? Oh, I know what it is. I've put the presser foot in, the pedal. Oh, that's why it won't work. Right, so I'm going to just do the serpentine stitch as is. So this is default setting for stitch 28. All right, and I'll just show you what that looks like. I love this machine, it's great. Can I use the serpentine stitch with the walking foot and from Sleaford? Yes, you absolutely can. I'll put it on in a second and show you, Anne. There's one caveat, but I'll explain in a second. So that's the default. Now for quilting, I think that's a little bit too tight and a little bit too wavy. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to, now the width I can increase to 7. So I'm going to stitch that and show you, because that's also really nice. It's often a good idea just to change one thing at a time. So you can see there it's become wider, but it's still a bit too tight. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to increase the length of the stitch. I'm going to increase it to 3. And this now is a beautiful stitch for quilting. Now, I've just made a tuck in there, which is why we perhaps would use the walking foot. Look at that. Absolutely fantastic for quilting something. Including if you wanted to quilt something with straight lines, but you can't trust yourself to do straight lines. Do it with the serpentine, and that wobble will be part of the design. Now, I'm going to put the walking foot on, which I do need the screwdriver for. There might be one in the other machine. No, you see, I don't think there is. I think I checked. There isn't in there. Let me just see if it's in here. Hang on. I might have it here. No, you see, it's not in there either. You get yours included, obviously, but it's not here. So I do want to just put the walking foot on. Thank you, wonderful. Right, okay, right, so I'm just going to take the shank off. So you want to take the whole of the shank off. Yeah, take the whole thing off. And then we're going to put this walking foot on. Now remember, you get this, it's a proper brother walking foot. These are £40 to buy on its own. Now really, when you're only paying £399 for a machine, and for a quality computerised sewing machine, that is so affordable. I mean, it really, really is. Have it from the start, because, you know, my first quilt, I quilted without a walking foot because I hadn't got one. And, you know, of course it looked a bit of a tucked and rippled mess. And I blamed the fact that I was a beginner quilter on that. But actually it was because I hadn't used a walking foot. If I'd used a walking foot, it would have looked a lot better from the get-go. Right, so Anne asked, can I use a walking foot with a serpentine stitch? And I said yes, with one caveat. And it's this, Anne. Before you put your foot on the pedal or press the go button, I want you to use the wheel at the side. And I want you to turn that through the whole sequence, from left to right. You can do it on a bit of scrap fabric. And what I'm doing this for is I want to make sure that at the widest points of the stitch, because that needle is going, it's not hitting the walking foot. It's not, so I can stitch. And you can see there, beautiful. So you could absolutely quilt like that. You could do straight line quilting. You could do cross hatching. However you want to quilt, you can do that. You can use other decorative stitches for quilting with a walking foot. However, you do just need to be slightly careful, because the walking foot is like a second set of feed dogs on the top. And so they're going at the same time as the bottom. I would always test it. I would always hand crank it through the sequence. I would test it on a little sandwich of wadding, backing and top, just scrap fabrics. Just test it before you go onto your quilt. Check that everything's stitching nicely. Check that it's fine front and back. In the manuals, they don't say you can use this stitch with a walking foot, and sometimes they say you can't or you shouldn't. In the real world, if you test it and it's working fine, there's nothing that you're doing that is damaging, if you like. Yes, it absolutely is damaging if you pick a stitch which is too wide and it hits the foot, which is why you must hand crank it through the full sequence. And I do that often, to be fair. If I'm doing something like a plique and I'm going to use a blanket stitch, so in this case I might use stitch 15, okay? So what I would do is I'm going to test. I've still got my walking foot on, but that's okay. I'm going to hand crank to start with, because I actually want to make sure that before I stitch, everything is where it should be and as it should be, okay? Now, let me change back to a regular foot. When I'm doing something like a blanket stitch, I want to make sure that the swing of the needle is just so. So usually when we're appliquing, we want the bite into the fabric to go neatly into the patch, the applique, and we want the little stitches that sit along the edge to run just along the edge of the patch. And that requires a little bit of thought and care when you're doing it to make sure that it's sitting just where you want it to go. Now I'm going to stitch this out because I want to show you something. So this is the blanket stitch. Gorgeous, absolutely beautiful blanket stitch using the regular foot. Now down here I want to show you what the machine stitched with the walking foot on. Didn't work. It didn't work. And the reason why it didn't work was because the feed dogs on the walking foot were interfering with the action, with the swing of the needle to create the stitches. So there are times when using the walking foot is fine. The serpentine stitch is a great example of when it works beautifully, but you can't use it for every stitch, and so it's always worth checking first because we want that, not that. Okay. Now then, we should talk perhaps a little about the MV1150. Oh, well, now then, okay, actually, well, yeah, I'll mention that in a second, but half my remaining stock of the FS250 is in baskets. Very often when we have it on air, because it's half price, our stocks completely sell out. We have only got very low double figures of the machine now anyway, well under 50, well under 30 actually available, and more than half of that stock's in baskets now. So I do just want to mention that if you want to get the FS250 and you want to be guaranteed of it, I would check out my basket. Actually, 3 more of you have just checked out your basket. Well done. Because this is the kind of time when people start checking out baskets, suddenly we've got 3 left and you end up missing out. And the thing is, if that's the case, it might take us a few weeks, it might take us a month before we get more stock in or before we have it on air again. We don't have it on air all the time. So what I was going to show you was a buttonhole. Because buttonholes are they're a bit of a make or break with a machine, aren't they? Certainly when you're making a garment, when you do the buttonhole, it's got to look good. Now your buttonhole foot looks like a bit of a piece of work, and it's got this slidey at the back. And what you do with that is you get the button that you want to sew on. I haven't got a button, but it doesn't matter. You put the button in there and you close it until it grips the button. Or you can just measure it out and say, well, my button is this big, so that's the size of buttonhole I need. Here's the little foot, if you like, that clips onto the ankle. So we'll clip that down. And then there's another important thing you need to do. There is a little pull down here at the back. Can you see this here? You pull that down and it sits just behind the foot. And if you gently push on it, it'll wiggle the foot back and forth. If you haven't done that and you try and sew a buttonhole, it won't let you. It'll beep at you. That's what you've missed. So the buttonhole foot is on. I'm going to pick a buttonhole. I'm going to pick a buttonhole. Let's do 44. This is a keyhole buttonhole, really nice if you're working through quite thick fabric, so maybe on a coat or a jacket, and you're maybe using a thicker or a shanked button. So I've got my fabric, I'm going to fold it in half as if it was a placket, okay, and I'm going to pop the fabric underneath. Now it is always worth stitching a buttonhole or 2 on some spare fabric, mocked up like this before you go onto your garment. because if nothing else, you want to see which way does the buttonhole stitch. It's going to stitch away from you, but we want to see that. So it's really useful. It's really useful to actually stitch it out as a mock-up. You see, at the moment, Ian's doing quilting, home decor. I wouldn't be surprised if Ian wants to do some dressmaking soon. It gets us all in the end. And this machine's going to grow. It's there ready. Samantha says, hi, Stuart. Just using my buttonhole foot on my FS250 right now. Very easy. Love Sam in Nantwich. Oh, that's brilliant, Sam. What are the odds? I'm just wondering if I've got my seam ripper. I have. So all you do, once you've sewn your buttonhole like that, you can use your seam ripper. I would put these threads to the back with a little hand sewn needle, but I want to just neaten it up quickly to show you. So use your seam ripper, and there's your buttonhole. And all you would do to open this up is use your seam ripper, and we're just passing it through. It's not a bad idea to put a pin across here to stop you cutting too far, but there is your buttonhole. And if you've got an eyelet punch, and actually with your FS250, I do believe you get an eyelet punch included. You can use that eyelet punch. It's the orange handle, yeah. You get your eyelet punch. You would use that, put it on something like a bit of thick cardboard, or if you've got a cutting mat, put it on that, and then just punch out the hole in the bottom as well. And there you've got a beautiful keyhole buttonhole. Looks great from the front and from the back. Quickly and easily, professionally, with your Brother FS250. It's fabulous, isn't it? Now, I just need to give you a little bit of a stock warning, because currently now in baskets, okay, there's 16 of you with the machine in your baskets. I've got 26 machines left. Can't say fairer than telling you the exact numbers. 16 of you with it in your basket, 26 machines. So at the moment, I've got a machine for each of you, not a problem. If we get many more people joining the party, getting in on the fun and putting the machine in the basket, we will be oversubscribed. We're very, very close to being oversubscribed. We've now got over 20 of you with it in your basket. I've got 24. I've got 24 machines left now. So we're very, very quickly getting to oversubscribe. There's 3 left when you've all checked out. Okay. Right, we are just going to mention the NV1150, and I'll give you a quick rundown, because here's the price, everyday price. This is the NV1150. Oh, we used to crash. Oh, okay, fine. This is your price. Thank you. £999. Okay. But what you are getting, and this is not every day, you get the £150 worth of machine quilting kit. So that kit is worth £150. What you're getting in there is your extension table. You're getting a walking foot. You're getting a darning foot or free motion quilting foot. You get a 1/4 inch piecing foot as well. Plus you get an extension table. The extension table is absolutely amazing. Right, let me just show you. There's your extension table. Now, we've already looked at the extension table for the FS250, which, as you all saw, provided me with a fabulous big space to stitch on, didn't it? It's a brilliant extension table. And you see the 2 machines, they're not massively, I mean, this one's got about a 6-inch throat space. This FS250's got about a 6-inch. This one's got about an 8.5-inch throat space. But let me just put the 2 extension tables together. And you can see the difference. This extension table is huge. Absolutely incredible. This creates a sewing table, which I think is 24 inches from from left to right. Absolutely amazing. Your throat space, so that's the space between the needle and the back of the machine here, best part of 8.5 inches. Okay, so this is going to be amazing if you're really into your quilting and you want to do a lot of quilting, free motion quilting, machine quilting at home. This is an amazing machine to quilt on because you've got all that extra space to maneuver your quilt in. Okay, you can absolutely quilt large quilts in your FS250, but you've less space to maneuver them in. So that's one of the things. So when you're weighing up which machine do I go for, if you have a budget of £1,000, it depends how you want to spend it. If you want to be able to get, say, a really good sewing machine and an overlocker and a side cutter, you know, a few different things, absolutely FS250. If you want to get your sewing machine and you're prepared to spend your whole budget on a sewing machine, absolutely the NV1150, because it has got all of these stitches included. Okay. You've also got 5 alphabets, okay. You've got loads and loads of capacity there. You've still got loads of buttonholes, loads of decorative stitches, all your utility stitches as well. But you've got that huge extension table. You've also got that free quilting package, £150 worth, your massive extension table, walking foot, darning foot, 1/4 inch foot. You've also got what I like to call the quilting handlebars. So this has like a rubber foot on it, which goes on your quilt sandwich and helps you to manoeuvre for easy free motion quilting. Right, we need to do the menu for tomorrow. It's me. It's me. We're starting off at 8 o'clock, end of summer sale, viscose from House of Alistair. This is amazing prices, 50% off, I believe, on everything. Viscose in that first 8 a.m. 9 a.m, Stuart Hillard Designs. I'm just going to give you a heads up. We will have the Christmas Kaleidoscope panel on its own. If you want the panel on its own, loads of people have asked. That's tomorrow. 10 a.m, Denim and Velvet on sale. 11 o'clock favourite tools at 12 o'clock. Cotton fabrics for quilting, all 50% off. I'll see you tomorrow.
Oh, hi everyone. Nice to see you. I hope you can join us on Thursday the 20th. That's this Thursday the 20th, with the lovely Stuart Hillard will be joining me. We have 3 House of Alistair shows. Now the show times are 8 and 9, 10 and 11, and then last orders will be 12 till 1 p.m. This is no ordinary day. We have 3 full-on sales. This is our summer sale. We've got autumn winter ready to come into the warehouse. As you can see from behind me, we've got brand new stuff that you've not even seen before that will be going straight in. Now it's all going in at 50%, not up to 50%, but full 50% off. It's fastest fingers first. It will be high paced. Please, please, please set your reminders. I will see you with Stuart Hillard on the 20th. Grab yourself some bargains.
Missed a show on Sewing Street? Don't worry, you can catch up on all the action from the past week on our website.